Joey's house and all the way home. I didn't even stop running at home. I ran laps in my backyard. I told my brother John, Lacey, and Joey about it, but I never did tell anybody else because I didn't want Dion to hunt me down. Now I'll tell anybody and their mama about it. At that point, I was like, fuck the township. I only went back to pick up Lacey every now and then. Dion was in a boys' home or jail by now anyway, most likely getting his dick sucked all he wants. The ring we built in Lacey's backyard eventually got all tore up. There were no ropes on it or anything, but some of the kids in the neighborhood still used it for street boxing matches from time to time. One time we were back there watching some ninjas box each other, and there with all his boys was the motherfucker who threw that brick at my leg when we were building the ring that first day. He started fucking with me again. This time I could see it coming though. He wanted to box me. He went around the ring putting his gloves on, announcing to everybody, I'm boxing Joe, I'm boxing the white boy. John and Joey were there, so I felt like I had some extra karma I needed, all the help I could get. I put the boxing gloves on and got in there with him. I thought I was about to get my ass beat. At first, I wouldn't throw any punches. Bam, bam, I did my best to block the two right crosses. Bam, he landed a left hook to the side of my head. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the cheering so loud anymore. All I could hear was this shit talking as he threw blows at me. I saw John and Joey, and I could tell from the looks on their faces that I was getting my ass beat. Then, just looking at him with his smirky fuck you look and all that, and all his boys cheering him on, it pissed me off mad hard. I thought about my brother and how we had talked about we're not gonna be scrubs anymore and how we're gonna start blowing people's grills out. This kid had a nice grill too. It was just begging to be blown out. I came out throwing punches and pow! I hit him the fuck up and knocked him the fuck out. The whole backyard erupted. I was just as stunned as everybody else. The way people were around there, I thought that motherfucker would have ran home and got a gun when he came to. Instead, he just got up really slow, took his gloves off and said, "You won." That new fresh Bruce Brother Karma shit worked. I was pretty much done with the township after that. Snoopy was pretty much just done, period. I got a call from Lacey a few weeks later. Snoopy had been arrested. This time he wasn't coming home. Apparently he had shot some lady a bunch of times and took her car, but she didn't die. But he was still sentenced to 25 years for carjacking and attempted murder. It didn't surprise me. Later I heard that Pat Kelly, that funky-ass beatboxer from Lacey's rap group, the Wrecking Crew, caught a murder rap. He somehow beat it on a technicality, but then he caught another murder rap. He wasn't so lucky the second time. Even today, as I continue on through my life, I always hear about somebody who I knew from the township either getting shot to death or catching a murder case. It fucking sucks. I'm gonna tell you something absolutely crazy though about Snoopy. Years later, 25 years later to be exact, we were doing Hallowicked at the State Theater in Detroit, now known as the Fillmore. And who comes up to me while we're doing a meet and greet before the show? Snoopy. He was working security. He said, "Hey Joe, do you remember me?" I couldn't fucking believe it. He said, "I just got out." I said, "How long did you do?" And he said, 25 years. Fuck. What do you say to a ninja who just did 25 years? I said, "What have you been doing?" He said, "Well, my homie got this security job for me, and I've been selling a little weed on the side." And I thought, what the fuck? You just did 25 years and you're selling weed? Aren't you afraid of going back? I know he's got to be on fucking parole or something, and he's selling weed? Anyway, I invited him to the after party. So after the show, there he was waiting to go. He jumped in the bus with us and drove over to St. Andrew's Hall for the after party. And we were talking, but we didn't have nothing in common. What do you say to somebody who just did 25 years? I had so much to tell him, so much I had done, traveled the world, fucking made platinum albums, created fans and juggalos and friends, and I had no idea what to say to this guy. He only had one story. I was locked up. And I had so much to tell him. And then when we got to St. Andrews, we walked in, and there was a wrestling ring in the middle of the venue with 1,000 juggalos standing all around it. And in the wrestling ring were real professional wrestlers. And I thought, damn, the last time I saw Snoopy, we were in Lacey's backyard in that piece of shit built ring wrestling. And here I am now, 25 years later, in a real venue with a real wrestling ring packed full of juggalos all around it and real wrestlers wrestling in it. Nothing had changed in my life except it got bigger, fatter, and fresher, and I was still doing the same fucking thing. And Snoopy was speechless. And Shaggy comes up and what does he say? "What's up, Snoop? Hey man, it's great to see you. How you doing?" And Snoop said, "Trying to make it work, man." And Shaggy said, "Well, you know, you can always get a job with us, man. We'll hire you anytime." And I looked at Shaggy like he's fucking crazy. We ain't hiring Snoop. What are we gonna say to Snoop? He's been locked up for 25 fucking years. Anyway, that's something that happened that's not in the book. I just wanted to tell you about it. We ended up bumping into Snoop later, and I gave him my number, and every time he called, I never picked it up. And he called for like 5 weeks, but I never picked it up because I honestly don't have anything to say to Snoop. I know it would be all bad, and maybe I should have gave him a job like Shaggy said, but I'll take the pass option on that. All I know is he's out of jail, and if I ever bump into Snoopy, I'm probably getting punched in the face. Chapter 5. The Legend of the Bruce Brothers. Sometime while I was in the 8th grade, we moved again because our lease was up on the house we rented in Oak Park. This time we moved to nearby Ferndale, just off a 9-mile road. My parents found a house, and we had saved up enough money to put a down payment on it so that they could own a house instead of renting it. The house cost $30 grand. The good thing about the move was that John and Joey only lived about 2 blocks from our new crib, and our friendship grew a great deal because of that. Near the end of 8th grade, the principal of Best Junior High, Dr. Sophia, called my mom into school. Turns out, the school ninjas had been keeping a file on me. "Your son hangs out with all the black students, you know. He takes the bus every day to the Royal Oak Township, and that's not a very nice place," he told my mom. Like my mom was supposed to be shocked or something. My mom didn't say shit. Dr. Sophia continued. "We think he has a problem," he said. "Look at these drawings. Somehow, all these drawings I'd done mostly on tests and assignments I neglected to fill out. They were mostly drawings of ninjas cutting people up or people getting shot up. My mom knew those drawings were nothing compared to the drawings that I had at home on the fridge. She had my back. By the time she left that day, Dr. Sophia had a new Ned and Ho. You think just because he's creative, he's crazy? What are you calling me in here for? To tell me about my son hangs out with black kids? Is there something wrong with that?" Dr. Sophia was a little bit nicer to me after that, but by then, I didn't give a fuck. I was done hanging out in the township anyway. My focus was wrestling and being a ninja and not taking shit from anybody anymore. I was sitting in the locker room after gym class one day, and all the cool kids were wearing Bermuda shorts. I don't know if you remember Bermuda shorts, but what the fuck? Those Hawaiian-looking shorts with flowers and jungle shit all over them. As much as a floob as I was, if I'd have worn those back in the day, I'd be laughed right the fuck out of class. So I opened my big mouth. "You look like fucking Magnum PI wearing that shit." The other kids were going to let it pass after all. Those days I was dressing scrubby again. I was done with the Adidas suits and the rapping for a while anyway. This kid Kobe, this super tough king jock of the school, decided to put me in my place anyway. As he laced up his spanking new Reeboks, he looked at his boys and told me off. "Why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe Bruce, dickhead?" I wasn't about shutting up anymore. "Fuck you, man," I said. Well, frick you, man, I said. The truth was, at this point, I still wasn't cussing yet. No matter what I write in this book about the things I said to people back then, just remember, the truth is I didn't start cussing until I was almost 18. Sometimes, when I'm remembering things I said back then, I forget that. Anyway, I walked over and BAM! I blew his mouth out right there in the locker room. One of the freshest moments of my childhood. This kid was a big jock, one of the tougher kids in school, and I punched him right in his square fucking chin. He had a big jock chin too, like he chews rocks, and I punched him right in his fucking jock ass chin. Why sit there and talk shit to each other, right? I mean, if it's going down, then it's going down. End of story. Why let him have a chance at first blow? I blew his shit right the fuck out before he had a chance to even respond. I've been the same way ever since. If it's going down, I'm the first at it. Then I walked right to the principal's office, something I'd end up doing many times in the 8th grade. See, I started getting into fights all the time. Like I said, all I cared about was wrestling and ninjas. Sure, I didn't care about school or the people in it. In fact, I have never gone through a single day of my life caring about school. For as far back as I can remember, school never ever meant shit to me. I have 2 kids now, and I want them to do good in school, but it's hard for me to tell them to try hard in school, because honestly, fuck school. I hate school. I wish I could tell them, fuck school, you don't even have to go. But my wife would kill me, so I can't tell them none of that. But it's in my heart, believe me. I give no fuck if they slap the teacher's face off. I was such a ninja. I'd sit in the back of the class and the teacher would only pass back 4 assignments for the row I was in, even though I was in the 5th seat. They knew not to even bother handing me an assignment because I wouldn't do it. So they didn't even bother giving me one. Some teachers even put crayons and paper on my desk every day, treating me like a little retarded kid. At the end of the year, Dr. Sophia decided it was time for round 2 of Your Son's Going Nowhere. So he called me and my mom back in his office once again. Your son got straight E's in the 7th grade, and he got straight E's again in the 8th grade. Now he's too old to be in our school again for another year. So I'm gonna have to put him in the 9th grade in high school, but hold on. Dr. Sophia grabbed the phone and dialed the number. Yes, is this the high school? Let me speak to the counselor, he said. Right away, I knew his entire phone call was fake because number 1, there's like 9 counselors in high school. And number 2, it was like 7 p.m. What would counselors be doing still at the school? Oh, Dr. Sophia was on a roll. Counselor? It's Dr. Sophia over here at Best Junior High. You got a pen? I want you to write this down. I've got a student here named Joseph Bruce. He's gonna be coming there to high school next year. First semester on his first report card, if he gets anything other than an A, B, or C, if he gets 1 D or 1 E, I want you to send him right back to my school. You got it? He's gonna do the 8th grade again. If he gets 1 D or 1 E. Wow, that guy sat there and put on a fake conversation in front of me and my mom for about 2 minutes. Dr. Sophia was a fucking crazy old man if you ask me. Even my mom was laughing at that crazy shit. So bam. Next thing you know, I'm in the 9th grade at Ferndale High, living proof you can't fail middle school because you'd be too old. You'd be fucking driving in the 8th grade. My first report card, of course, was straight D's and E's. You know the phrase. In elementary school, they carry you. In middle school, they drag you. And in high school, they fucking drop you. Well, I got dropped like acid on Jimi Hendrix's tongue. Joe Bruce lasted in 9th grade all of about 6 months. During those 6 months, though, I was the epitome of greatness. I was a fucking awesome student, in my eyes at least. Fucking awesome. I put on a pair of sweatpants first day of the school year, and I wore them for the entire 6 months. I made it a goal of mine. I bet my brother and John and Joey that I could do it. I'm gonna wear these same blue sweatpants every day all year. And I did it too, till I dropped out. I always believed it's important to set goals in life. How fresh was I? By the end of those 6 months, those blue sweatpants were fucking hanging off my ass. They were ragged up, they had holes in them, they were stained, and they were fucking awesome, and I wish I still had them. I'd sleep in them every night. Years later, my friend Nathan Mack was at a party, and some chick was showing pictures of her and her friends from back in her high school days. And in one of the pictures, you could see me in the background sleeping on a desk. I thought that was so fresh. In her photos, this girl and her perfect-ass girly cherry pop friends were all on the latest and greatest school activities, making friends and just being happy and great in high school, all around active people, and yet there was me in the background, knocked the fuck out, drooling on my desk, complete with my uncut and matted up hair. Little did any of them people know, or even care for that matter, but what I was really doing was learning the whole time. I was steady learning how to dream. That's how I look at it. Yeah, I was asleep, dreaming about what bigger and better things were yet to come. I was late to class every fucking day. The only money I had was food stamps for lunch, and I had to walk way far away so nobody would see me spending food stamps. I'd walk to this party store that was at least 1.5 miles away from the school, and when I came back, I was always late. I just didn't give a fuck. I never did one assignment in high school. I gave absolutely 0 fucks. One day, a real high school counselor called me down to his office to voice his concern. I just want to know what happened, he said. At the beginning of the year, you were getting mostly A, B's, and C's on your test. Now you're down to D's and E's. What's happening, Joe? I was like, huh? I was getting A's and B's. Yeah, you were doing great. I sat there talking to this guy for like 20 minutes before he figured out that he was looking at Joe Bice's record. He realized his mistake and pulled up my sheet. Oh, you're Joe Bruce, he said. Then he looked at my grades. Get out of here. I remember this one kid named Noel. What a lame-ass fucking name. If your name is Noel, man, I feel sorry for you, ninja, because that has to fucking suck. But Noel was my boy. He was this kid that I knew from around the neighborhood. And at school, he couldn't seem to decide what kind of crew he wanted to be in. One day, he'd be a preppy-ass Richie kid, and the next day, he was trying to be a thug. Well, on one of his ultra-rare school day of Friday, Noel was in a strange phase. He was in a wanting to be a nobody scrub phase like me. Out of nowhere, he was talking to me at school and he invited me to his house. He said that he had stolen a pistol from his grandpa and he needed to get rid of it fast. I must have looked like the shady type who could use a pistol, so he told me to come over after school and he'd let me have it. I was down. I went right over there after school. Within seconds, he came out with a gun and started cocking and loading it and showing me how it worked. I kept saying, yeah, I know that already. This kid Noel was insistent on showing me his pistol handling skills. Finally, boom! It went off right in his hands. I jumped up off the couch to check myself for bullet holes. I was skinny back then, which helped me make less of a target, I guess. I didn't have any bullet holes, but poor Noel did. He shot himself right through his hand and through his finger somehow. I wasn't sure what happened at first, but once he started screaming and crying like a baby bitch ass, running around the house, holding up his bloody ass hand, it was apparent. I was outie. Fuck waiting for the cops. I called 911 for the whining crybaby, and then I bolted out of the house. Eventually, the cops caught up with me, but only to question me about no stupidity. They said that at first he tried to blame it all on me, but then after a few of their questions, he gave up. They told me they couldn't believe what a bitch he was. I told them exactly what happened and how he was just trying to show off and he shot himself. I naturally left the part out about how he was going to give me the gun afterwards. You know, sometimes too much info can be a bad thing. Well, after that weekend, things at school were much worse for the notoriously dirty Joe Bruce. Once Noel returned to school, he quickly re-entered his Noel wanting to be a preppy phase again and blamed the whole thing on me. He told all his homies at school that he was just showing me a gun that his grandpa owned and that I asked if I could have it. And once Noel told me I couldn't have it, I apparently got pissed off and shot him in the hand. Of course, the cops never bought it, but the whole fucking dumbass school was quick too. I didn't care. I liked the extra attention because people began to look at me as a threat to their safety. I would have beat Noel's ass just for lying about me like that, but instead, I just figured being named Noel was punishment enough for him. To pass the time in school, we started playing this game we call Bloods and Crips. John, Joey, and I would be the Bloods, and my brother and some other homies would be the Crips. you'd have to use a cap gun to shoot the other guys. I'd come to school draped up in straight up blood shit. Red bandana, headband, red flannel, and my blue sweats. And just straight up draped, of course, head to toe with cap guns and shit. The kids at school were just like, what the fuck are they doing? We didn't give a fuck. One day I stuck up Nathan Mack, who was a Crip, and jumped on his ass right in the hallway. We teetered for a minute and then smash! We busted through a giant window near the lobby. The fucking security guards were too busy selling weed to the kids to even see it or who did it and to come after us. We got away with it clean. We even took our war out on the streets. Sometimes my brother and I would join sides. We'd pull up on Joey's lawn in our car and burst in the door. With his mom there and everything, we'd drag him out front and give him the beat down. One time we were playing in downtown Royal Oak, one of the few northern suburbs with a lot of shopping and shit, where people are actually walking around. We had a big crew of like 15 ninjas. We were beating each other with garbage cans and shit, chasing each other through the streets. Someone must have seen us and thought it was real because they called the cops. Luckily, one of us saw them a ways off creeping down the street. There were about 10 cop cars with their lights off trying to sneak up on us. We bolted the fuck out of there and got away clean. I felt like a badass. I'd been through the township and now I was acting like I grew up in the fucking ghetto. NWA Straight Outta Compton was out, and with them rapping about how they're driving around in buckets, I thought that was the shit because I'd only ever been in fucking buckets. My suburban wannabe gangsterism was in full effect, and our old pal Mike Olson was about to wind up on the wrong end of the cap gun fire. My brother Rob still had all his Dungeons and Dragons friends back in our old city of Berkeley, but he hardly knew anybody in Oak Park. We Bruce brothers never went to prom dances, get-togethers, or even half-ass being socially cool. My brother did once get invited to a real actual house party. Once upon a time there was a party in Warren, Michigan, which is about 4 miles east of Ferndale. Some old school, longtime D&D homies of my brother knew somebody, and somehow they all got invited to come to the party. When he got there, he found the girl whose house it was on the front porch crying. My brother, being the honorable, sensitive type, asked her, "What's the matter?"
This is my house, and I just heard these guys from Warren are gonna come over, and I just know they're gonna start some shit because they always do. They're gonna destroy my house, and I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
My brother was such a good guy with super honor that he was like, "I won't let it happen, I promise." That's the crazy part, no lie. I would have been like, "Damn, sucks to be you then. Hope I'm out by the time they get here." Not Rob. My brother's like a straight up movie character of honor. Not just to try to tap the poor girl's net neither. Honestly, just to help her. One of the lone Bruce brothers was ready to protect this girl's house like high noon or something. Well, when the bad guys got there, who do you think it was? None other than Mike Olson, our old homie. The very same kid my brother gave the giant transformer to before we moved to Oak Park. Well, I guess Mike had moved out of Berkeley as well, cause he was now claiming Warren. Mike was chilling with a few of his new lame-ass Warren jock drinking buddies. My brother walked up to give him a dap on the front lawn and tried to make nice right away. "Hey Mike, what's up, man? You still got that flavor I gave you back in the day?" Too late. Mike Olson had already reached full puberty and turned into a dickhead in only a few years' time. "Fuck you and your toys," Mike said, like a straight-up open, blew-out asshole. Rob couldn't believe it. "What the fuck's your problem, Mike?" Mike puffed out his feeble birdie chest as his 15-plus homies walked up on Rob and surrounded him. "Fuck you, man," Mike said. "You want to do something?" Bam! Stars and a giant flash of ruthless pain suddenly evolved Mike Olson's face, sending him into complete unconsciousness. My brother socked Mike Olson so hard, it knocked his grandpa Olson's dentures out. Mike's nose was broken into particles. They tried to put it back together later, but now he looks like Michael Jackson's. Afterwards, my fresh-ass brother Rob took off across the street. Mike's boys all chased after him. Rob tried to outrun them as they hopped fences through backyards after him. All the while, he was looking for a weapon to use against them, like a shovel, a stick, anything. He would have done it easily, but whap! My brother hit some chicken wire fence and flipped over. Who would have fucking guessed it? But my old pal Mike's homies beat the shit out of my brother right then and there. My brother was just about to go into the army at this point, but even so, he wasn't okay with letting it go. Neither was I. My brother got stomped, and the Bruce brothers were bent on revenge. Not just any Bruce brothers, but the new and improved ghettoized Bruce brothers. We gotta fuck Mike Olson up, dog. He had no reason to beat you down, I said. We knew a kid in Warren who quickly found out and showed us where Mike Olson lived. So the very next night, me, Lacey, Nate, John, Joey, and my brother surrounded Mike Olson's house at 2 in the freaky-ass morning. Each one of us had 2 giant rocks in our hands. My brother gave the order. On the count of 3, he whispered, 1, 2, 3, smash! Being in the house with your whole family and every window breaks at the same time? Just imagine that. Oh, we weren't done with Mike yet. Then we systematically hit up his homies' houses over the next month or so. We made it our only priority. Revenge on anybody who was with them that night was our goal. We did damn good too. Our Warren, Michigan nerdy source who went to school with those boys fed us all the info. It was so easy for him to find out where his classmates lived just by following them home and shit. I personally think our spy hooked us up, one of my brother's D&D homies. He loved doing spy work for us. Thanks to him, we went back to Warren 4 times later and fucking did it all over again. Mike Olson's main homie caught the fucking same style activity attack. Mike got it first, then the others. One by one, I felt like Dirty Larry. It was so easy. At 4 a.m., nobody suspects a fucking thing. We were in and out of them yards in about 15 seconds. It was almost no risk to us at all. We were straight fucking them up, surrounding their houses with 2 bricks in each hand, throwing the bricks through different windows. It would happen simultaneously. All the windows would smash in the house at the same time. Think of how fucking ruthless and devastating that is. These assholes beat my brother down at a party, and we got the ultimate revenge on all of them, surrounding each one of their houses and simultaneously breaking all the windows out in the middle of the night. It was true terror in its truest form. We were that fucking ruthless. We were going crazy. Them fools had no idea where this was coming from. So what? We knew they were feeling the wrath of some Captain Bruce Brothers scrubbiness exploding back on their asses. Even if they never knew who was causing it, the fact is they were in pain and they were hurting because of us. He had no idea beating my brother would lead to this terrorism. We hit 5 houses total. Each one got hit badly. We did them in hard. Soon, I came up with the ultimate plan for an insane attack that nobody would ever forget. I planned to straight up rush him and attack him and beat him down right in his own fucking high school. It was going down. That was the only place I knew I could catch him and pummel his face physically myself. Joey, Nate, Lacey, Rob, and I worked it all out. First, we put on our black hooded sweatshirts and went out to Warren High School. Then we called the school and acted like I was Mike Olson's older brother. I told the lady that I needed to get Mike's medication to him because he forgot it that morning. I told him it was very necessary that I see it and give it to him. They bought it and gave me his whole school schedule. They told me exactly what classroom he would be in at that time when we got there. We walked right into school and found his room. We all waited down the hall as we sent Nate to the classroom. The plan was to have Nate knock on the door and tell the teacher that Mike Olson was needed at the principal's office. We would then catch him and beat him down in the hallway. Nate was on his way to the room when he was suddenly stopped by some kind of fucking hall monitor lady asking him if he had a hall pass. I got super mad because this was fucking up all our plans. Plus, a couple of teachers were coming down the hall behind us. Fuck it, come on, I said. We ran right up in the classroom and tried to open the door, but it was locked. Joey and I kicked it in. The whole class just stopped and looked, which made it easier for us to locate our target victim. There he was, Mike Olson, just chilling, way in the back of the room. Fuck, why does it always have to be way in the fucking back? Fuck it. I couldn't reach him right away, but with the help of my crazy-ass crew, we fought our way to the back of the class and straight to his ass. The whole time I was screaming, I'm gonna fuck you up, Mike! Bring that shit, bitch! Don't hide! By this time, everyone was out in the hallways, and people were pouring out of other rooms. The whole school was disrupted. Everything was chaos. People running around screaming, girls screaming, desks being flipped and overturned. We jetted like roaches. We all ran out of the school, and we actually got away clean. To this day, I have absolutely no idea why the cops didn't just come and pick me up at home later that night. Nothing happened. No cops ever said shit to us about it. We never had any warrants, no warnings, or anything issued. Back on the streets, Mike Olson and his feeble family finally knew who had been raining hell on them as of late. Plus, rumors began to spread to levels never before seen about the Bruce brothers. People from his class were saying that they had seen me with a gun and that I'd come to kill Mike. People were talking about us like we were cold-blooded killers. Maybe the cops knew, only they couldn't prove a fucking thing. Maybe they'll take me in now after saying this. After that, we lay low for a few months before unleashing any more bottled anger on Mike and his poor fucking homies. They had a family boat in the backyard shed type thing and a nice RV for camping trips. That's all I'll say. They had a boat and a nice RV. For 2 years, understand this, for 2 long, solid years, we destroyed this kid's whole life. Every time we got bored, any night, summer, fall, winter, spring, for 2 years, any night we got bored, it was straight to Mike Olson's house for some late night damage. They were straight up terrorized for 2 fucking years. We started driving around his neighborhood, just rolling up on anyone who looked like they might be down with Mike's crew. We'd ask, hey, what up, man? You know who Mike Olson is? If they did, we would get out and beat them the fuck down right there on the spot. Then they finally came the day when it all ended for Mike, leaving him on a scared wreck and ending our campaign of terror on him. Rolling by his house in our car, we saw him actually walking home by himself. He was totally surprised as I jumped out the car, grabbed him from behind, spun him around and gave him a DDT. That's a wrestling move where you headlock your opponent and drop straight back so their head impacts with the ground first, right on the concrete sidewalk. He never ever saw who it was. Next thing he knew, he was in the hospital, all busted up. I could have fucking killed him. What the fuck were we thinking? What were we thinking? We were fucking terrorizing this poor fucking kid. Now as an adult, I can't fucking believe what we did to Mike Olson and his family. And by the way, the name has been changed. Thank God, or I'd probably get arrested. We fucking terrorized them! I'm telling you, we were insane! We weren't done growing yet. Our brains had not fully developed, or we wouldn't have done something like that. We could have did serious prison time. We straight up terrorized this family. Think of his poor mom. Think of his dad. Think of his RV. Think of his boat. We poured paint all over the inside of his fucking boat. I'm talking like 4 cans each, poured all over the inside of their boat. It was pure terror. We fucking destroyed this kid, man. I think most of the childhood anger that I had was taken out on Mike Olson. The Olsons even moved. To this day, they moved out to Troy, but we just followed right along with our acts of sheer terror. Looking back at what we did, I can't believe that we put his family through that much shit, but fuck it, so what? Bad things happen to us all. Better his than mine. Bottom line, better him than somebody cool. Mike Olson was a dick. He should have thanked my brother for that transformer instead of dissing my brother. And he got his face punched for it at first, and then he got terrorized for 2 fucking years. I can't fucking believe it. I feel like turning myself in right now. I feel guilty. I feel like it's gonna come back to haunt me. We fucking terrorized Mike Olson, you bitch! You fucked with the wrong people. Back in school, I was continuing my long goodbye to the Ferndale educational system. Motherfucking fuck school. I'm 43 years old today, screaming, fuck school. It wasn't for me. After 8th grade, it was no longer for me. I dropped out in the 9th grade, halfway through the 9th grade. Before I dropped out, I remember I had a class on the 3rd floor that had a whole encyclopedia set right by the window. I didn't even realize what I was doing, but I started throwing encyclopedia books out the window, slipping them out the window one by one, not even thinking about it. I was half asleep the whole time. Finally, this teacher from the 2nd floor came up and bitched out my teacher. Do you know what's going on here? My whole class is seeing books fly by the window. All of a sudden, everybody was looking at me and what was left of the encyclopedia set. I stated my case. Man, I didn't even realize what I was doing. I'm sorry. I was fucking out of it. The teacher wasn't gonna let me off that easy. This was the same teacher putting crayons and paper on my desk back in middle school. He was this older looking smiley black dude with jerry curls. When I started high school that year, so did he. He was my teacher back in the 8th grade, and he moved to high school the same time I did. It was like he followed me. I always hated this fucker, just like he hated me. He sat me in the front of the whole fucking class. This kid right here is gonna be nothing, he said. Then he turned to me like the way a talk show host turns to his guest, like he didn't give a fuck who he was talking to, and he just likes being on TV or in front of the class. You're never gonna do anything, Mr. Bruce, are you? You'll come to school your whole life and you'll never do one thing here, will you? You know what? I'll bet that you like that, don't you, Mr. Bruce? That's right, I said, being the fresh guest on this dick's little talk show. He was going crazy with it, tearing me up in front of the whole class. I think this was his final revenge on me. He had had enough and he was blowing his lid. And the other worthless students he had to deal with, he took it all out on me. He stood me up there in front of the whole class and continued to drill me. Everybody look at Joe Bruce. This is Joe. Joe is happy with himself, even though he's gonna mean nothing at all to the world. He will be nothing. He's never been anything in this world. To me, I was the freshest kid there. I love that fresh moment in the spotlight. I love this little speech about my whole life and how worthless it's all gonna be. I love that he was saying I was as worthless as a grain of salt. I always loved being the underdog. It was my whole model as a true floob, as a scrubber juggler. Not yet. He doesn't care to do his work. He doesn't want to do his work. Therefore, he never gets anything done. And it's going to result just like his life. Nothing will ever get done. Thank you, I said. That's right, I'm the bomb. I knew I was gone by that point. I thought about knocking the teacher out for trying to bury me in front of the entire room, but he was way too fucking old. I probably would have just turned his chin into shredded wheat. Fuck it. I walked out the classroom. I walked out the school, and I never came back. I quit. I walked out in slow motion with my blue sweats hanging and dangling and bouncing in slow motion, looking fresh. Just like my brother and my sister before me, I quit. I quit. I quit. Fuck school. When I got home, I told my mom, I quit school, Mom. She wasn't surprised. She knew it was coming. She wasn't exactly having it, though. If you quit school, you can't live here, she said. Monsters and adventure! Time out, y'all. Listen. Remember when I was telling you guys about the magic that my brother Rob and I had experienced in Picker Forest? Well, just like I told you then, that shit changed our lives forever. Not one day has ever gone by Since then, that we haven't thought about the fact that there is more to this life than the naked eye can see. Even in my gangster mode of life, I've always been fascinated with the beyond. Just knowing that there is a beyond has made us always search for it and reach for more. And to this very day, we continue our quest. No matter what I'm doing in my life, whether it's rapping, wrestling, thugging, rich or poor, I always keep exploring the beyond until all of my questions are answered, which means I'll be exploring forever. So far in life, I've been lucky enough to actually witness some unexplainable shit. Some I've already told you about, and some shit I didn't. I just want to take a time out to tell you guys about some more of this crazy shit. And if you ain't interested in this, then just skip ahead a few chapters and jump right back to the regular story. I would have just slipped these two short little ditties into a regular chapter, but they don't really fit into the storyline we've been going by so far. So I just wanted to throw these in as a freestanding little bit of flavor. The bottom line is, with both these little stories I'm about to tell you, they are without a doubt part of who we are. So I put them in the story of the book. The first story I gotta tell y'all is The Road. As I was growing up in Berkeley and Oak Park, kids were always talking about this crazy road up in the northern part of Michigan. Man, the stories were straight out of a suburban legend. People said everything from an insane asylum to a slaughterhouse full of mass murderers was all on this wooded, dark road. All kinds of crazy shit. The stories made this 9-mile stretch of dirt road out in the boonies completely terrifying. They said nobody had ever driven all the way down it without having to turn around. They said there were hard to see chest razor-high wires strung up through the woods to catch trespassers, and it was rumored also that if any lunatics escaped from the insane asylum, the caretakers would set the woods on fire all around them to trap them in. The stories of the road were totally out of control, and yet no one could tell you exactly where it was. We heard these terrifying stories about the road all our lives, and all we wanted to do was see it for ourselves and see if it lived up to the hype. Right before my brother went into the army, we found out by accident where it was, and we organized the ultimate adventure. We not only were going to make it all the way down the road, but we're going to walk down it on Devil's Night. Devil's Night is pretty much just a regional Detroit thing, I guess. It's a crazy celebration of violence and evil that has been around as long as I can remember. Every year on October 30th, the night right before Halloween, people just burn down abandoned houses and buildings all throughout Detroit. They commit crazy illegal acts of terror all around the city. I've always assumed it was a nationwide thing, but once I started touring, we learned it wasn't. We trained for a month by going out to the train tracks on 9 Mile and Ferndale every night. We'd run down the tracks as fast as we could at the trains, not trying to trip. Then we'd jump out of the way at the last minute. Or sometimes we'd lay on the gravel in between the two tracks as two giant trains went by in opposite directions. It was the scariest thing I can ever remember doing. For the mission, we rounded up 8 of the greatest adventurers we knew. Some we hadn't seen since grade school. We had Joey, Nate the Mac, Don, and a couple other kids. All these kids were geeks, losers, and nerds in school just like us. A couple were people my brother knew from playing all them role-playing games over the years. These ninjas weren't invited to any Halloween parties or anything like that, so they were all down to do it. They were all kings of adventurers in their own world, just like us. October 30th, Devil's Night. We put on our best camouflage ninja hookups. I even painted my face like a warrior of some sort. My brother drove us all out there in my mom's car, and it was going down. And believe me when I say, the road lived up to its name and lived up to its hype. It turned out to be far different than we could have ever imagined. In the days that followed our great adventure, my brother Rob wrote a journal completely documenting everything that had happened on that night. So for now, I'm gonna hand the story over to Rob, and he'll explain the adventure with the help of his fresh journal. Plus, nobody can explain the magic of the road better than Rob anyway. That night was all his idea, and it was the greatest adventure of our lives so far. The Road, as told by Jump Steady, aka Rob Bruce.
The greatest adventure that I've ever been on involved a road, but not just any road, the road. Some of y'all have read about it in ICP's autobiography, Behind the Pain. Now this road, when we were growing up, it was the stuff of legend. Kids talked about it from as far back as I can remember. And there was rumors that abounded about the road. Some said there was an insane asylum on it. Others said that it was impossible to drive all the way through it and survive. And others, I remember one of the tales was this guy was driving down the road and he basically pretended his car broke down to spook his girlfriend. And then these lunatics dragged him out of the car and killed him. Those were the kind of legends that as a child, they just sparked my interest to no end. And I vowed then and there that at some point I would encounter and defeat the road. As the years passed, I basically kind of forgot about it altogether until I was about 17 years old. One day my friend Matt Hampton came up to me and he was all crazy excited and he was like, "Rob, you gotta check this out. Last night we went down this crazy ass road. It had an insane asylum on it. It had a cemetery. It was fucking wicked as fuck." He was like, "You gotta check it out." So I was like, "Oh hell no." And all of a sudden, all those stories came up from my childhood and I started remembering all the stories about the road and I was like, could this be it? I was like, no way. So I was like, all right, check this out. We gotta go down there. It's time for a ninja mission. We're gonna walk that bitch. Walk that bitch. Walk that. So we set the date, and of course it couldn't be anything other than October 30th at midnight, Devil's Night. So we gathered the strongest warriors that we knew at the time from our crew. People that we knew would be a super asset to help us survive. So we gathered my brother Joe,
right here,
Joe Usler,
yep,
Steve Lindholm,
what up,
my boy Don Lichtel, Jim Symington,
here,
and Nate the motherfucking Mac.
Yeah.
Now we decided that we would each bring one weapon, you know, with us. So, you know, people brought everything from a moose bone to bow and arrows. You know what I mean? So we were like ready. Of course, I had the staff, which is my weapon of choice. We had about a month to prepare for the road. So the whole time we were in school, that's all we could fucking talk about. It was like whoever would listen to us, we were telling them about the road and what we were gonna do, how we were gonna freak it. And finally, these two kids approached me and they were claiming that they had been to the road. And I was like, you know, at first I was skeptical, but then when they started describing it, there was way too many similarities. Like there was no doubt in my mind that they had been there. And they told me there was a monastery on the road full of monks. And the monks there, they don't like anybody to go there to fuck around. Anybody that comes around their property, they'll attack them. And they have shotguns that shoot rock salt. So they told us the story about him and his boy, you know, were down there fucking around. And they seen the monk monastery, so they pulled their truck over and got out, and they started walking toward it to investigate. Suddenly, they said they heard this whistling, because the monks, they took a vow of silence, so they can't talk, so they communicate by whistling. And they said they heard whistling, and then shortly after that, they heard the shattering of glass coming from their truck. So they ran back there to check it out, and that's when they got blasted by rock salt from a shotgun by these monks, and then they got beat the fuck down. So they were so enraged, they said that, man, they were like super pissed off, and they continued the story. They actually went back, found one of the monks' vehicles and trashed it and flipped it and all this other shit. Anyway, we were like, man, that only intensified the situation. You know, most logical people would be like, oh, fuck that, I ain't gonna fuck with that. We were like, oh, that's awesome, awesome, you know what I mean? Awesome. You tell me there's fucking these evil monks like patrolling the road and shit. We were like, man, that just made it all the hyper. It was like living up to the legend, you know? So anyway, it finally came to Devil's Night, and we all piled up in the 69 Oldsmobile, this big ass fucking car with a V8 rocket engine, and we rode down there to the mouth of the road. Now, when we got there, we pulled into the woods and we camouflaged the car. We basically took all this foliage and we piled it on top of the car so that, you know, nobody could see it or find the car. And then we stood there at the mouth of the road. Now, all of us were totally camouflaged the fuck out, even the face paint. And we all had weapons, and we were in full ninja mode, and adrenaline was just surging. It was midnight, and it was completely dark, and we're just looking down at this long-ass fucking tunnel that's before us, just immense in darkness, and the wind is shifting, and you hear, like, loons in the fucking woods, and these weird animals and shit. And, you know, being from the city, we're not used to that, so we're looking around like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? And, but we were ready. We were fucking more than ready. I think our whole lives we were ready for this moment. So we started walking into the woods. Now, the first thing that happened to us on the road was we heard a CB going off. So when we heard the CB crackling, you know what I mean? Like maybe there's like a lookout or a caretaker, you know, basically watching the road for like people like us that are out there like fucking around. So we ran into the cemetery. And I remember like the first thing I did was like we all kind of slid behind gravestones. And we sat there and we were like completely still and silent. And we looked around and we were like, all right, look, check this out. I was telling everybody, we're just going to wait here. We're going to wait here until we see if the cops come or whatever. And we're not going to fucking move. Because we were like way deep in the cemetery. And I couldn't help but look over at the tomb. There was the catacombs that was sitting in the middle of the cemetery. It was this big foreboding building. And I remember the story my mom told me about how she used to go there as a kid and knock on that door. And, you know, it was rumored they wouldn't survive if they did that. Anyway, probably about 10 minutes passed, but it seemed like 3 hours as we sat there waiting. And nothing happened. No car came, no nothing. So finally we were like, all right, come on, let's go. Now, walking the road is much, much different than driving it. It's, you just feel unsafe. You feel exposed to all the elements and like anything can happen at any time. And the woods are so dense and so dark that it's as if like if somebody was hiding in the woods, they could just reach your arm out and grab you. Like you would never see it coming. So the whole time you're like looking constantly back and forth, you know, over your shoulder, like expecting anything to jump out at you at any time. So you like, needless to say, we were gripping our weapons super tight, like white knuckle tight as we proceeded forth because we were super cautious. Now the next thing that we came upon was the insane asylum. It was actually lit up. There was lights shining at various points throughout the woods. Like they were probably about, let's say 50 feet apart. And so there was this fence that ran along the road on the left side that housed the insane asylum grounds. And then on the other side of that fence were all these lights just in the middle of fucking woods, you know? So we came upon this conclusion, I don't know if it was justified or not, that it was probably an insane lunatic had escaped. You know what I mean? And that's why they had it lit up, because they were looking for his ass. So that compiled with all the rumors from the past got us really amped up, so we quickened our pace to get past the insane asylum, expecting any moment for an insane lunatic to jump out at us. We crossed past the insane asylum. Luckily, nothing happened. So then, the next thing we saw was what can only be described as an old, ancient World War II bunker. It was shaped like curved, like a big curved building. And it must have been a part of a farmland because there was a barbed wire fence that ran in front of it and bales of hay stacked up on the side of it, like a big hay pile. But it was so dark we couldn't see any houses or a farmhouse or anything. It was just this old ancient building, the structure. So I said, look, I'm gonna check it out. You know, I told everybody I'm gonna check it out. They're like, all right. So I hopped over the fence and I started walking toward it. And that's when something huge moved in the darkness. And I looked up, I was like, my mind started flipping because I couldn't understand what I was seeing, but it was this giant form suddenly moved to face me, and I'd seen its eyes glistening in the darkness, and it was huge. So I looked at it, and then my mind started registering what it was, and I screamed out, "Boo!" as loud as I could, because all I saw was these fucking horns. So I thought the thing was about to charge me. It was this giant fucking beast in the middle of the woods in the darkness, you know, just in this, like, by this building. And I thought it was about to rush me, so I started running. And I flipped over the fence like, I don't even know how I did it. It was like a ninja flip. Like, my adrenaline was going so fast, I was just like, "Pah!" And I was over that fence. Anyway, we started looking to try to see what the fuck it was, and it ended up, it was a fucking cow. Now, I didn't know this, but, you know, being from the city and stuff, but, like, some cows have, like, these small horns on their head, you know? So once I determined it was safe, I kind of went over the fence again. And the cow was, like, moving slowly away from me. That's when I started hearing all the moo sounds coming from all the cows that were packed in the infantry-style building that they were in. So I got real close to it and looked in, and it looked like there was like 100 of these cows just all packed in there. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration, but there was a lot of fucking cows just packed in there. So I went back to my crew and I said, look, test of bravery. If we're gonna survive the road, if we're gonna be able to continue this mission, we have to fucking test ourselves right now. We each have to walk through that barn. So they were like, all right, bet. So we all hopped the fence. We went up to the fucking the structure, and we started to slowly walk through in the dark, packed with cows. Now, it's no easy task because, like, as we were moving through, we started disturbing the cows, and they all started, like, moving around and try to get out the building. So as we're, like, walking, you're kind of getting battered by these giant bodies that are moving in the complete darkness, and we didn't have no light. That's another thing I wanted to mention. The whole time of the road, it was a strictly no light policy. We didn't have flashlights. We didn't have nothing. We were in straight up ninja mode. Like, we didn't want to give ourselves away. So we're, like, walking through this barn, and these cows are shifting, and we're, like, sinking in shit and mud. And it was crazy. So finally, the cows all strung out into the field, and we were like, they were mooing like real fucking loud, causing a big commotion. And, you know, and basically spanning out, like, try to imagine like 100 cows all fanning out into the field, and they're all mooing and you know, just like getting as live as cows can get. Suddenly we seen this light come on from a far distance. When the light came out, we could see the porch, and out of the porch, we see this door open, and this man steps out onto the porch with a shotgun. We were like, oh, fuck. Let's get the fuck out of here. And we all started running. And we were like, come on, we gotta get over the fence. Now, in the darkness, running, I didn't see the barbed wire. Like, I couldn't gauge where exactly it was at, and I ran smack into that bitch. And I caught one of the barbs, like, right between my eyes, like, just at the apex of my nose. And it just, bam, like, I saw, like, this sharp, like, white light for a second. And next thing I know, there was blood dripping down my nose, in my face. And I saw, like, one of my other boys, he started up the pile of hay, and all of a sudden he just sunk right in the middle of the hay. Boom, he just disappeared. You know, just like a soft spot in the top of the hay, and he was just disappeared. So at this time, everybody's kind of like panicking. And eventually we made it all over the barbed wire fence, and we ran down the road for quite a bit. We finally got off to the side of the road, and we started catching our breath. And at that point, people wanted to go back. They were like, man, fuck this, you know, this is too much, you know. So I remember it was at that moment where my brother stepped up, and he basically gave this really elaborate speech, you know, like a super motivational speech. You know, no, you know, this is our time. Why are we gonna go back now? We have to fucking school this and survive this, and you know, you knew there was gonna be dangers. You know, what did you think, this is gonna be easy? This is what a test of a ninja is all about. Surviving this road, like right now, right here. You know what I mean? You're just gonna go back and fail? And he was just like, fuck that, and he was just getting all worked up. So when he gave that speech, everybody kind of inspired everybody again, you know, like my brother was always real good at that, like hyping people up, like, you know what I mean? So, you know, of course I stood by him, you know what I mean? They're like, man, you're all fucked up, you're bleeding from your nose and shit. And I was like, man, this ain't shit. You know, there was no way, no question, there's no way I was going back. So we continued further down the road. We traveled about a mile or so more down the road. And we were coming across this bend in the road, and that's when we heard it. It started really far away off in the distance, almost like outside of your hearing range. And it sounded almost ghostly, and it was a whistle. And when we heard that, we all stopped, and in the back of our minds, we're like, did we just hear that? And then all of a sudden, closer, like that whistle was like off to the left, and all of a sudden off to the right and closer, we heard a repeat whistle. And when we heard that, I swear to you, the blood in my body just froze. And it was at that moment when I realized all the rumors about the road were true. To me, everything that was spoken was true. And we were being hunted. That's what I realized next. That those whistles, and they kept repeating on each side of us from all angles, were the monks in the road. And they knew we were there, and they were actively hunting us. So I remember I looked at Don, and I was like, you know, my mind, like being a role player, like sometimes I can shut off fear and like think. I can kind of step outside of myself. And I looked at Don, and I said, Don, man, repeat that whistle, you know, so they think we're one of them. You know what I mean? And so Don went up there and he did some kind of bullshit whistle. It sounded nothing like what they were doing. And so when he did that whistle, all the whistling stopped. And there was complete silence, save for our heavy breathing and the crickets. I told everybody, man, get your fucking weapons ready. You know, this is it. You know what I mean? We were ready. We felt like they were going to come busting out of the woods at any second. So we started to pick up our pace, you know what I mean, moving down the road, and that turned into like a jog. We started running. You know, I just gripped my staff extra tight, and we're running down this road, you know what I'm saying, and looking around, and just like there's nothing though, no whistling, no nothing, just silence. So we ran, I'm not even sure how long it was, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, when we finally started slowing down. And when we looked behind us, all we saw was a wall of darkness. And we didn't hear any whistling. So we stopped and we were like, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. And we just really listened as close as we can. Now it was at this time, as we stood there on the side of the road listening, that I looked over, and through the trees I saw a light emanating. So I looked at my boys and I was like, that's it. That's the fucking monk monastery. It's in the same area, like straight up. We're right on top of the monk monastery. We left the road and we started cutting through the woods, and we came upon a barbed wire fence. So we hopped that, went about 10 more feet, another barbed wire fence. So we all hopped that, and we kept going real quiet as we possibly could be. And when we got close to the wood's edge, we all dropped down and started low crawling all the way up to the edge of the woods. And we looked down. Now, the monk monastery, the stone building with the jagged edges, the jagged rooftops, was all lit up. And there was a clearing Like they had cut all the trees around it for about 100 feet in all directions. And it was in the middle of this field that kind of bowled down. So the monastery was at the base of this bowl type effect, like the land sloped down toward the middle. It's kind of as if a big meteor hit there and left a big crater. But that's kind of how it was, but it was like grass. And it sloped down, and there in the middle was this stone monastery, huge. And the tops of it were jagged points, and it had vines growing up the sides of it. And there was a gigantic window. It looked like a giant church window in front of it. And there was a little shed along the side of it. And so we looked down at this monk monastery, and as we watched, we can see through the giant picturesque window, there was some sort of ceremony going on. There was a monk in a brown robe, and there was a man in front of the window. And the man was standing there with his head bowed, as the monk looked like he was blessing him. And the man was just dressed in normal clothes, like jeans and a t-shirt. You know, but he was like kind of bowing there, and the monk wearing the full-on cowl with the hood was like blessing him. So we were like in awe as we watched this, and clearly they couldn't tell we were out there. I mean, we were like far away from where that was happening. The only reason we could see it is because inside the window were like hundreds of candles that were all lit. So we stood there and watched it for a while, and then finally the monk and the man left. And I told everybody, I said, test the bravery. They're like looking at me like, oh shit, not again. And I was like, look, everybody's got to go down, and we got to at least touch the monastery. Like, if we don't do this, we're fucking straight up bitches. I was like, you got to do it. So they were like, all right, bet. So I started down the hill, and I low crawled all the way down that bitch. Now, this is even before I joined the army. But I'm gonna tell you what, man, I was like the best low crawl you ever seen. You know, stay low to the ground, and it was sloped down, so it was pretty easy actually to slide down the hill. And I got all the way down to where the shed was, and I stopped and I looked, and I was listening to see if anybody was in there. And I didn't hear anything. So I kept low crawling all the way up to the building, and I touched it. And then I started hightailing it back. Now, as I was going up, I saw everybody else coming down. Like when they seen like I had made it safely, everything was good, they all started running down, like not even trying to fucking front or low crawl or anything. And they just went all the way down to the base of the monastery. And I came back up to where, close to where the barbed wire fence was, in the same position, and I got down and I was watching them. Now these motherfuckers, man, they were running all the way around that bitch, looking in the windows and you know, just like no fucking care at all, you know what I mean? I was like, oh shit, you know, what the fuck are they doing? So then, after about a couple minutes of that, like just kind of like everybody going crazy, losing their mind, everybody started running back up. So when they got back to my location, they all kind of plopped down, they were out of breath and everything. I was like, whoa, what's going on, man? What are you guys doing? And everybody had a story. They're like, oh man, it's fucking crazy. I fucking looked in. I think it was Don. He was like, I looked in, I seen this fucking monk. He was walking down the fucking hallway butt-ass naked. I was like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, yeah, man, he had no clothes, just walking down the hallway. And then another guy was telling me he looked in his window, and there was a bedroom, and there was a monk praying on the edge of the bed naked. So we like, get the fuck out of here, man. What are you talking about? It was like, yeah, and everybody had all these stories, like monks walking with the brown robes on, the whole nine. So we were like, all right, man, let's get the fuck out of here, you know what I mean? So we started crossing. We crossed the one barbed wire fence. We crossed the second barbed wire fence. We got back to the road. We started walking, like, quickly. We were feeling a little bit better because we went all the way around that monastery. Like, it wasn't shit, and we didn't get attacked. Nothing happened. We hadn't heard the whistling, you know, in a long time now. So we're like, all right, we're fucking good. So we started crossing down the road, and all of a sudden, we started hearing these fucking shots, and as we heard the shots, you just hear like these pellets, is the only way I can explain it, like these pellets ripping through the dense wood, like popping off of tree trunks and splintering small branches and cutting through the leaves and shit. Like, it's just, it was weird. Like, it had this fucking crazy weird sound, and it sounded like it was coming from all around us. We just heard this popping and these shotguns going off. So as we heard that, I looked back and I said, run, as loud as I could, fucking run. And we started hauling ass because we couldn't even tell where it was coming from. And we just all started running as fast as we could, just like straight down the road, like the same direction we were headed, you know, just running. Now, as I ran, there was a small path that crossed across the road. It was like I guess a four-way intersection. And as I ran past that, I looked off to my left as I was running. Now, this small path went down a ways, like maybe about 50 feet, and it opened into this clearing. And in the clearing, I saw about 4 or 5 pickup trucks in a circle on the edge of the clearing. And there, standing in the middle of the clearing, were these monks. A group of monks, all dark in the, you know, really dark in the darkness, like almost like silhouettes. And they're pointing guns at us as we're passing by and shooting. So the reality of that image of them standing there in the clearing, that will forever remain in my mind. Like, I will never forget that. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, and you know, it just felt like we weren't gonna make it. You know what I mean? I really felt like at that moment that we were done. And so we kept running, and my boy Steve Lindholm got hit in the leg, and he started screaming. I guess his momentum, the adrenaline was flowing so hard that he just kept fucking running, and we were trying to help him. We were like, come on, come on. And he was all in pain, and we just kept running. So we ran and we ran until we were almost out of breath, like completely exhausted. And that's when somebody yelled, "Car!" And we looked back, and sure enough, coming down the road from the same direction we were running from, we saw a set of headlights that were coming at us. So we all ditched to the right side of the road, and we got deep into the woods, and we dropped down. And we were trying to be as still as we possibly could, even though we were all breathing heavy. And then I was looking, and sure enough, here come the pickup trucks. The same ones that were in the field, slowly creeping down the road as if they were looking for us. And as they passed one by one, you can see in the back window there were gun racks where their shotguns were nestled, and their rifles were like nestled onto these racks in the back windows of the cab of these pickup trucks. Now, the amazing thing was, right at this moment, I look over, and there's Don Lichtel standing up, notching an arrow into his bow as he's watching these pickup trucks slowly pass by. Now, one thing I want to tell you about Don Lichtel, like, I've seen this dude stand up. He's an Hawaiian dude. He stands about 5'6" tall, and I've seen him stand up against muscular 6'4" ninjas in high school, like talking mad shit, like ready to fight them. So he was standing there with his bow and arrow, and he's slowly pulling the bow back. And there at the tail end of the convoy of pickup trucks is one pickup truck that is just tailing behind, and it's a big gap between the rest of the convoy and them. It's moving slower than the rest of the trucks. So we're all standing there watching Don in awe, when suddenly he comes right up to the side of the road and unleashes the arrow, almost at point blank range. Next thing we saw was the window just shatter as the arrow goes through and embeds itself into the passenger seat, narrowly missing the monk that was sitting there. The driver throws up his hands in panic, and the next thing we saw was the pickup truck swerve off to the side of the road and bam, hit a tree and come to a stop. Now, when that happened, there was a few moments where we're all kind of looking at each other. We're looking at the pickup truck, and all of a sudden this rage just overtook us. And we all got up almost at once, and we started rushing the truck. Now, by the time we gained our wits and started rushing the truck, they had already opened the driver and the passenger door, and they started running through the woods. So we gave chase. Now, I didn't make it very far. We kind of split up because the two monks ran in two different directions. And one group was following the one guy, I was following the other guy. Next thing I know, I entered the woods, and I probably only made it maybe 5 or 10 feet when all of a sudden this branch just caught my eye, just like poked me right in the eye. So I was all in this pain. I kept running for a little while longer, and bam, I hit a bush or some shit, some underbrush, and it just totally knocked me off my feet. So as I lay there in pain, I'm like hearing this echoing of these voices deep in the woods. I hear my brother and my friends cursing out these monks, and I hear them shouting like, "Oh, he's over here, come on," and just shouts echoing through the woods, just mad chaos. So anyway, I found out later that they gave chase for a while, but nobody ever caught them. And it was kind of lucky that that branch caught my eye, because if I would have been running after them, I probably would have caught them, because I was basically the best runner we had. And in a way, I'm really happy that I didn't catch them, you know, because if we would have caught them, it would have been real bad. So after the monks got away, we regrouped back onto the road, and we continued down the road for a few more miles. As we came to the end of the road, we started to see sparse houses start to appear, and we started to feel a sense of joy and safety as we emerged once again back into civilization. We had made it. We had survived and conquered the road. We traveled for a ways until we finally found a payphone where we called our boy to come pick us up, who took us back to our car. When we got there, we removed the camouflage to find a note was tucked underneath the windshield wiper. When we read it, it simply said, "If we would have found you, we would have killed you." We assumed, of course, that it was from the monks. It was their last message left to us, warning us to never come back. But we had survived, so it didn't matter at that point, because we went home with a notch in our belt that we had completed our ninja mission, the greatest ninja mission. And that was a moment that will forever remain in my mind as the greatest adventure that I believe I've ever been on, and probably will ever be on in my life.
This next adventure story ain't as dramatic, but it's more terrifying for me personally. This happened about 2 years after the road. Now, like I said before, and I have to say again, a day doesn't go by that I don't think about this beyond shit, especially the monster. Only I witnessed it, and only I know that it was real. Other people might believe me, but you really would have to see it to fully believe me. I fucking saw it, and I'll never ever forget it. Please don't think I'm crazy by telling you this shit. The chances are, lots of people have probably seen something like this during their lifetime, but only I am stupid enough to run around telling people about it. Anyway, here it goes. The monster. There was this big hill about 3 blocks away from my mom's house in Ferndale. Everybody sledded down it in the wintertime. It was next to a wooded park behind an elementary school. I was living at my mom's house, and I was on a super workout kick because I wanted to try wrestling for real. I was wrestling here and there at the time, so I was constantly trying to stay in shape. I was in this weird phase where I would be comfortable in bed and something in my head would tell me, get out of bed right now and run to the top of that hill, because you never know when your house is gonna catch on fire and you're gonna have to come right out of a dead sleep and save your kids or something. It seemed like it was wearing on me, and when you most got comfortable, you would have to be most prepared to just up and ninja out and boogie all of a sudden. Just like when I was a little kid and that guy my mom was seeing decked my ass when I was sleeping naked. I should have been ready for anything. And now I was preparing myself to be ready for anything. When you least expect it, be ready to jump up and fucking fight. My brother was in the army by this time, so I was thinking he's probably going through some tough shit like this every night. Why shouldn't I? So listening to that voice in my head, getting out of bed and running down a few blocks and up that hill was like my own version of basic training. Night after night, I would just be about to fall asleep, thinking how comfortable I was in my bed, and then bam! Boom! I would have to do it. Some voice in my head would tell me, Joe, if you're the shit, right now you really want to train to be a true warrior, run up that hill. And I would jump up, run out of the house with my dog lady, run down the block, turn the corner, run down that block, and all the way up the fucking hill yelling, Ultimate Warrior! Now here's the quick side note. Believe me, yelling Ultimate Warrior had absolutely nothing to do with the wrestler Ultimate Warrior, even though the wrestler Ultimate Warrior was around at that time, and he was awfully fresh and very energetic. If you follow wrestling, then you know the Ultimate Warrior was definitely the shit. But for me, yelling Ultimate Warrior had nothing to do with the wrestler. It was just something I felt. Think of that term. Ultimate Warrior. It just means power. We loved yelling that. Me and my brother would yell that before he left for the army, and I continued the tradition alone. Ultimate Warrior! I'd get to the top of the hill night after night, spread my arms, and scream as loud as I could, Ultimate Warrior! The craziest part was that it would always be around 3:30 in the morning when I did this. Then I'd turn around, run back home, and go back to bed in peace. It was a weird-ass thing. Maybe it was my own current insanity in its own young age torturing me. One night, my first girlfriend, the first girlfriend I ever had, Karen, was over at my house, and we were watching the Arsenio Hall show. I walked her to her car that night, and it was one of those nights where you look up and see the clouds whipping by super fast. It was a full moon, and the clouds were just speeding through the sky. I said goodnight, but for some reason, I was worried about something. I could feel it in my stomach. I watched her car drive all the way down the street and turn onto the main road. That was the first time I ever did that. But the whole fucking night seemed eerie, so I felt like I should watch her. Then I went back upstairs and got in my warm, comfortable bed and laid down like, fuck yeah. Then it began. I was arguing with myself again. Man, you've got to do this. You got to run out of the house. You did it every night this week. There's no reason for you not to do it tonight on this extra cold and scary stale-ass night. You've proven yourself 1,000 times already. Do it tonight. Tonight's the ultimate night. That fucking voice in my head. However, it was like, Joe, if you do it on this night, you don't have to do it for a whole week. You'll have schooled it harder than anybody else you ever knew if you just do it tonight. Do it tonight and you're the best. Boom, that was it. I called my dog lady and we were out the fucking door. God, I wonder what happened to that part of me now. Now I just lazy fucking bum laying in bed. Nothing will get me out of bed. No kind of motivation will get me out of that fucking bed. Once I'm in it for good. I don't give a fuck if the house burns down around me. I'm staying in that bed. It was about 3:30 a.m. and here I was, running as fast as I could with my dog at my side. I trucked down the block, around the corner, and all the way up that fucking hill. Once again, for the 20th night in a row, I raised my arms apart, turned around and yelled, Ultimate Warrior! As loud as I possibly could. This night was on some whole other shit though. Right in the middle of ultimate war, a giant gust of freezing cold wind blew me back. My eyes instantly filled with water from the coldness. Something, either the wind or the cold, something was holding me back. I was filled with chills just like I am right now telling you this. I had to conquer it. I raised my arms again and yelled, Ultimate Warrior! As loud as possible. Then, to super school it, I grabbed my fucking dog, got behind her, and raised her paws up facing the wind, and yelled it again. My dog thought I was crazy, but we were yelling, Ultimate Warrior! I was scared though. Something was wrong. The wind had slapped me too hard for it to be natural. I ran down the hill, and halfway down the block, and then I stopped to catch my breath. Winded as fuck. I finally felt safe. Besides my dog and I, there was something else there. I could sense it. I turned around and looked toward the end of the block, through the patch of trees under a streetlight. At first, I thought it was a giant branch falling from the wind or something, but this shape kept moving. It was just walking through the patch of woods, lit up by the streetlight. Then it stopped. as if it noticed me. We stood there, both motionless, looking right at each other, with only one city block between us. It was only a second-long stare down, but it felt like an hour of pure terror on my end. Booyah! Then it took off through the trees right at me. Now listen, y'all, I call it a monster because it wasn't a dog or a person or anything like that. It was a fucking monster. Its legs were straight and it got wide at the bottom where its feet would have been, like it had bell-bottom pants or something. Its arms were long as hell and they hung all the way down to its knees. It wasn't a fresh-ass Hollywood-looking monster or anything like that, but it was gonna fuck me up. It was a fuck-me-up monster. Nonetheless, it ran out from under that light completely, and I could see it was taller than the stop sign next to it, running with its long-ass arms swinging. Each step looked like he cleared about 10 feet of ground. Now, God bless America, as Joey would say. I was fucking gone. I was outie like a bullet. I turned around and I guarantee you I beat any speed record set by man. Any Carl Lewis or Ben Johnson or Robert the Bruce ever set. I was running so fucking fast, I remember my toes were just straight up skipping off the cement. They were barely touching the ground. My first thought was to run up on people's doors and start banging. Then I thought, no, I'll be dead. What are they gonna do for me? By the time they come to the door, I'll be fucking dead. Before I knew it, I had run around the corner, up my block, and my dog wasn't nowhere to be found. I didn't care about my life at that point. My dog meant more to me than anything else, and I was willing to die for him. I stopped running, turned around, and frantically yelled, "Lady!" A half second later, she came flying around the corner like she'd seen the monster too. She was running faster and yelping louder than me. With my dog safe, I wanted to live again. I wasn't willing to die anymore. Fuck that. I was back to running at light speed again. I got to my house and laid down behind the couch underneath the window. I was so fucking scared. I was gonna scream for my mom to wake up, but once again, what's my fucking mom gonna do? Shoo the monster away with a broom? I just laid there holding my dog under the window getting ready to die. I didn't want to move out of fear it was outside and it would see me moving in the house and therefore know where I was. I slowly low-crawled army style and reached up, knocking the phone off the wall. I called Nate the mech. Nate, get the fuck over here right now! 5 minutes later, Nate pulled up on my lawn with the sawed-off shotgun he found in the crack house after a police raid. I jumped in his car and told him, go, go, go! He didn't know what the fuck was going on. He thought my phone call was about some fighting shit again. We went to his house, and I stayed awake another 40-something hours in a row after that. No lie, y'all. I told him all about it. I don't know if Nate ever believed me, but he could see by the look in the eyes and the fucking pale in my face without clown paint that I was fucking terrified. The blood was gone from my face and I looked like Michael Jackson. I was just fucking screaming scary. The story here isn't about what I actually saw or what happened to me, because 999 people out of 1,000 are not gonna believe me. I can just hear Maxim magazine now. So let me just try and explain what it was I might have saw. My brother Rob had two theories of his own which made the most sense. Number one is this explanation. It was the one that I believe explains what happened. Now, I know what I saw, and I know that it was from the beyond. It was pure magic. Here goes the believer's explanation. Because Michigan is so famous for being old Indian territory, that hill I kept running up might have actually been an ancient Indian burial ground of some kind. So by me running up there every night and screaming the words, ultimate warrior, and meaning it from the heart, I might have unknowingly challenged some kind of warrior spirit. By me doing this night after night after night, perhaps it had finally had enough and came to do battle with me. Once it saw me run like a feeble bitch-ass coward, it realized I was only a weak-ass mortal human, and it left me alone. That's the first explanation of what the fuck it probably was. Number two, this is the more logical explanation for you haters out there. I hate this explanation because it's the one everybody chooses to go with, and to me it's the one that's probably the most bullshit. But The people who live near that hill probably got woken up by me yelling that Ultimate Warrior shit every fucking night. Maybe they got pissed off about it. So maybe some guys decided to get back at me by making a giant monster costume to scare me with. Maybe the people making the costume had great skills and major monster making effects in their basement. So I guess maybe, just maybe, they decided to go ahead and spend $10,000 or $20,000 on the gag and really do it up. Because the monster I saw somehow stood taller than a fucking stop sign, and it ran faster than a car to chase me down. Yet, most people would just say it was rather a joke that somebody played on me. Hey, if that's the case, then that was a damn good fucking joke. Damn good, because I still got the poop stains in those drawers wherever they're at. When something like this happens to you, then you realize how much more there is to life than meets the human eye, and how insignificant everything really is. When something from out of this world chases you like that, you realize how much more there is really going on out here. Pretty much every time I'm depressed about something, like a record flopping or something, I think about that. I think about the monster, and I realize how small my problems actually are, and what I'm really gonna have to face when I die. Then the adventure is really on. When you die and cross over to the beyond, that's when shit really gets poppin'.
This next chapter is called The Rude Boy and the Magical Land of Toxic Waste. This chapter is where Jay talks about meeting me. So y'all know this is my favorite chapter. Tell them about it, Jay.
All right, Rudy. During our late teens, Joey and I used to take the bus downtown whenever a wrestling show came around. We'd hang out behind Joe Louis and Cobo arenas and get autographs from the wrestlers, and usually ninja our way in the back door. We never paid for a ticket, not once that I can recall. Between the WWF and WCW shows every 2 weeks, we'd be downtown a lot. That was the shit. We met every wrestler. I used to have this green folder with a green marker, and in that folder I had every fucking wrestler's autograph. Everybody except for two, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Because Hogan and Andre used to pull their limo right into the arena. Those are the only two ninjas who I never got their autograph, and it sucks because I would have loved to have met Andre. I would have fucking loved to have shake his big fucking catcher's mid-hand, but I never got my chance. Damn. Besides us, there was always this other kid out there getting autographs too. His name was Rudy, but he always wanted people to address him as the Rude Boy. Nobody ever would, though. To us, he was always just Rudy, this chubby Mexican autograph kid from downtown. Joey and I would be wrestling around behind the arena, and Rudy would just jump in, even though we didn't know him that much. Pretty soon, he'd be telling stories about all the wrestlers he met, and we told him our stories. Before long, our friendship had grown past getting autographs together. Before long, Rudy was our psychopathic homie at arms for life. He was the person who introduced us to Detroit. Rudy's dad even worked at Tiger Stadium, so he had the hookup for free baseball games. Sometimes we would get together, dress ourselves up like bums, and take the bus downtown via Woodward Ave and beg for spare change all day. We just wanted to see what it was like to be a real homeless person. Shit, we'd make about $17 a day, just enough for a bus ride home and an order of pizza that night. Them days were the shit. You wouldn't believe how scared them people were of us. Some people would even set the money on the ground so they wouldn't have to hand it to us. Sometimes we would get into fake fights with each other over the money they would give us. People would start running and screaming. That shit was hella fresh, a hella dope experience. Little did we know back then, however, that 99% of the other homeless people downtown were fakes too, just like us. They do that shit for their job and then go home and watch color TV in their fucking silk slippers. With no time at all, Rudy was wrestling in the NAW with us. His wrestling name was, yep, you guessed it, the Rude Boy. His mom never had a car, so we'd have to talk my mom into driving all the way to his house to get him. Rude Boy lived in River Rouge, a poor-ass area of downriver, near where my sister used to live. It was a journey from where we lived. My brother and I tried to walk there once. We left at 9 in the morning and didn't get there till midnight. According to the mile reader thing in my mom's car, it was a 30-mile fucking walk. It was far as fuck. The next day we could barely move off the couch. It was on these trips to pick up Rudy that we first experienced Southwest Detroit and Del Rey. When you're driving down the I-75 freeway south from downtown, the road goes right up on a bridge over factory and smoke that always fills the sky with a steady gray cloud. Huge pipes shoot out fire all the time. Buildings are black from smoke. Seeing all this for the first time was incredible to us. It looked like Gotham City. At this point, John had a steady girlfriend, so he was kind of a sap. Because of her, he wasn't really hardly around that much. Little did we know, or care for that matter, but his woman was known as the neighborhood slut, back in the Oak Park, Ferndale area. The more he was in love with her, the more Joey, Nathan Mack, and myself would be hanging out downtown with Rudy. One night, behind Joe Louis Arena, we met this wrestler from way back in the day named Al Costello. He was one of the fabulous Kangaroo Brothers from back in the days of Cobo Hall Wrestling, owned by the Sheik, back when it was called Big Time Wrestling. He was working as a security guard in this old empty building downtown. Rudy and I would go visit him and talk and hear all his old wrestling stories about Bobo Brazil and the original Sheik. All he did was sit there behind a desk at the front door, so he loved it when we'd come and talk to him. The man was cool as fuck. Even though he was just a security guard to the people in that building, he was an absolute superstar to us. Talking with him was amazing. R.I.P. Al Costello. Soon Rudy and I became such good friends that by the time I dropped out, he let me come live with his family in River Rouge. Rudy introduced me to a neighborhood that was not like the township, that was not like Oak Park or Ferndale or anywhere I had ever been. Rudy wasn't showing anything off. He didn't even know that he was educating me. He just showed me Southwest Detroit. The only place in the world that ever felt like home to me. In Southwest Detroit and River Rouge, that whole area, there was never one race that ran the whole neighborhood or all the schools or anything. It was utterly race-free. On one block, you had Hispanic kids, white kids, black kids, and Asian kids. Everybody was poor, everybody was on welfare, and everybody dropped out of school. It wasn't an issue. It was home the first time I walked the streets. A guy would be going out with a girl and be like, "Come on, let me buy you something to eat at the store." Then he'd whip out his food stamps right in front of the hot chick. She didn't mind because she was on food stamps too. Her whole family was on food stamps. Every fucking buddy was on food stamps. I was just straight up blown away. I didn't have to hide shit about myself anymore. I'd walk around flashing a fat ass knot of food stamps like, "Wood, bitch. Who's hungry up in here?" Rudy showed Joey and I this one park where at night you could sit on these benches and look at the Detroit River, and then out of nowhere, the whole sky would light up yellow. It would all of a sudden be like daytime, and then it would slowly fade back down to dark again, all within about 45 seconds, because the park was next to a giant steel factory, and they'd pour these giant tubs of hot, molten, glowing steel in the factory, and the whole fucking sky would light up for blocks and blocks, as bright as daytime. I thought about how great it would be to live there. You're in your bedroom and you go to sleep, and every once in a while your whole fucking room lights up like daytime 4 or 5 times a night. That'd be so dope. Rudy and his two cousins, Juanito and Andrew, also introduced us to the infamous Clark Park. That was the hot spot. Cars would line up in the summertime and just bump sounds. No one particular gang really ran Clark Park. It was just cars lined up all down from all different sets. Everybody was trying to holler at the hood rat hoes walking around. "So gangs are what's big around here?" I asked. Rudy laughed. "Man, All it is gangs around here, bro. As we drove around, I noticed all the gang members were about my age, barely old enough to drive, and they would all live in the same house with no parents or anything. They would spray paint their gang's name right on the fucking front of the house. The X-Men, the Young Guns, or the Latin Counts, man, the CFP, Cash Flow Posse, they were all located in Southwest Detroit. As you drive by, there'd be like 15 kids hanging out on the front porch drinking 40s. Out of those 15 kids, 3 would be white, 3 would be black, 3 would be Hispanic, and 3 would be Asian, Indian kids, everything. Every one of them was poor, dressed poor, looked poor, just like my ass. I thought, man, this is the only fucking place I fit in. I could go up and talk to a girl here with nothing to be ashamed of. As much as I felt like I fit in around Southwest, I still felt like Rudy and his family maybe thought I was some Richie kid or something from the suburbs, because I was from the northern suburbs. Rudy had this little kid around his parents' house who he always said was his little brother, only the little kid's name was also Rudy. Of course, he was really Rudy's son, but Rudy didn't want me to know that at the time. He didn't know how I'd react. That fucking sucked, because I wouldn't have gave a fuck. I wasn't some fucking suburban asshole who would have thought anything different about Rudy having a son at such a young age. After a while, though, all that finally wore off. Soon enough, we were like brothers from the same family. The first time I took Rudy and his cousins to my mom's house, we passed a laundromat that had a big-ass fancy neon sign. They were stunned. Damn, that's a laundromat? Juanito asked. It looks like a fucking nightclub. Man, that shit hurt me. Think about it. I spent my whole life being pointed out and laughed at as the poorest kid, the scrubbiest kid, the step on a tile and you have to kiss one of the Bruce Brother kids. And all of a sudden, I was being looked at as this kid who had all these rich kid benefits. I hated that. I fucking hated that. I knew even Rudy's cousins had truly accepted me when one day that summer we were at this big street fair. It was at the Holy Redeemer Church, a huge landmark in Southwest Detroit. I was 16 and I had a car, a 72 Brown Volare. It was fucked up. My mom gave it to me so that I could find a job. I had other plans for it though. I quickly turned it into a wannabe thug ride. I actually spray painted 187 on the doors. I even had thick ass lug nuts and giant bolts stashed all over the car in case we had to throw shit at somebody, along with a ton of other weapons like bats and pipes. Anyhow, we were walking around this big street fair eating corn dogs and shit when a big ass fight suddenly broke out. Rudy and his cousins jumped in my car along with a couple of other kids that we knew from the hood. We thought everybody was gonna come back with guns, so we got the hell out of there. Trouble was, I didn't know the neighborhood that well yet. Which way should I go, I asked. You're not from here, one of the kids yelled, still excited from the fight. No, I answered, I'm from Ferndale. Where the fuck should I go? Where should I turn? The kid started to fuck with me. Man, you ain't from Southwest? Man, you ain't shit then, bitch. You need to let me drive. You're a fucking nerd. Boom! Rudy blew his grill out right there in a car. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I stopped the car. Within seconds, Rudy and his cousins had dragged the kid out of the car and were stomping the shit out of his ass right there at the corner. Shit, I even threw it in park, jumped out and punched the kid a few times myself. From then on, I knew I was family. I was their homie, not just some kid from the suburbs. Once I was a homie, I wanted to be gangster in and throughout. The inner city posse was born. What? The inner city posse, you asked? Well, it was just really Rudy, Joey, John, Lacey, Nathan Mack, and myself, and all our new Southwest connections, but we were definitely thuggin'. Only half of us were actually from the inner city. We didn't all live in Southwest, but we claimed it as our own. The truth was, we were all losers so far in our lives, and the whole gang thing kinda gave us an excuse to be losers. At least we were cool losers, like all them ninjas sitting on their porch with the gang name on their house. They seemed like they had a job. They were gangsters. That was their job. They wanted everybody to know it too. They had a role in life to fill. They were part of a scene. Inner City Posse was our own attempt to be part of a scene. We wanted to matter for the first time in our lives. We did horrible things, y'all. I gotta keep it real. At that age, our brains were still growing because we weren't thinking right. The shit I did in the township was like nursery school compared to the straight up criminal shit we were getting into. There were these hookers who used to hang out in front of this motorcycle club called the Iron Coffins, and we'd call them over to our car like we were gonna pick them up. Right when they'd lean over into the window, we'd whip bricks at their faces like, bitch, get the hell out of here. We would leave them laying on the fucking corner. I can't believe we actually did that shit now. Then we'd go back to Birmingham, our old stomping grounds from our caddying days. Birmingham is a rich suburb that the church my mom worked at was in. Birmingham really was richy shit, and we used to get into a lot of beatdowns in Birmingham because we loved stomping rich kids for some reason. Only now, we really were stomping ass. My mom still worked at that church in Birmingham as a janitor. On her days off, she worked at Birmingham cleaning people's houses for extra money. I fucking hated that. She never gave me her work numbers because she knew I wanted to kill the people she worked for. I couldn't deal with the idea that my mother was cleaning some other family's fucking toilets. Plus, I had this new Southwest Detroit gangster mentality that only added fuel to the fire that had already been burning within me for years. Sometimes in Southwest Detroit, I was looked at as a rich kid. And man, the truth was, I fucking hated the rich. We were always dirt fucking poor. And being looked at as a rich kid fucking hurt my insides. It fucking drove me crazy. I hated the rich. The rich were the golfers I worked for. The rich were the people that had my mom scrubbing their toilets. The rich were the ones that would lock their fucking cars when we came walking by on the corner. I fucking hated the rich. We would actually drive around Birmingham and just beat the shit out of rich kids. I'm serious. We would all duck down and pull up to some kid. He'd be like, "What are you looking at?" And we'd all just hop out of the car and beat him the fuck down. As I said, this sounds crazy, but we beat many, many people for nothing at all. I was out of control in these days. We all were, with no desire to regain control. Bad timing had much to do with my dramatic turn in life. My brother Rob was the only reason I ever cared about anything. He always made it all make sense. He made me want to be a floob. He made me want to be a better ninja. He is what made being a floob so special. He was the reason being poor was something to be proud of for us. He was my leader. Everybody in the world dissed us and looked down upon the Bruce brothers, but with Rob at my side as my other half, I was happy as hell to be the other Bruce brother. Time crept up though and stole my brother from underneath me. Suddenly, he was in the army, and I think that's what really sent me over the deep end. As I mentioned before, with my mom having so much trouble raising my sister, Rob and I basically raised each other. Only now, Rob was gone. He was always my anchor. Without him, I was lost, y'all. There was no more Bruce brothers and no more floobs to hide behind every time life seemed shitty. It was just me on the streets around in Oak Park, Ferndale, and Southwest Detroit. Just me in the streets. I was alone and pissed off for the first time in my life. Not about Rob being gone. I was happy for him. I was happy he was in the army doing something fresh. Him being gone just opened a lot of bad windows and doors in my life though. I wasn't blind to the bad shit anymore. I could see it all, and I had to deal with it all alone. For the first time, I was pissed about the bad breaks my family always got. I hated that my mom had to work so hard all the fucking time. Yet I was mad at my mom for leaving us with Mary Roll back in the day. I question everything now. I was mad about my mom giving Duke away. Instead of always just blowing everything off, I started to cuss for the first time. Why not cuss? Everybody else did, right? Rob doesn't, but there is no Rob around me anymore to make not cussing cool. I fell off hard with no net. I was mad at everything. I never got into drugs, thank God, but that's just because my friends weren't into them. Some of my friends weren't into them at least. I was lost enough to try anything. I didn't care enough not to do drugs. I was lost enough to try anything. I had no choice but to trade my brother and all our special Bruce brother honor in for a stale life of trying to be a badass gangster. I was trying to catch up for all the years of blowing it all off. Months after him leaving for the army, my brother sent us this super ruthless mace with a letter. He said, carry this around at all times to be safe. This is army issued mace. It's mad ruthless. It was like army issued tear gas or something. We'd spray people with that just to see them rolling around grabbing their faces as we took off. All we did was beat up rich people or anybody with a mouth. Sometimes the fights were with other crews who thought they were badasses like we did. We would rush them all with the weapons in my car and leave them broken and bloody. During this one fight, I remember hitting this guy with a heavy crowbar. I remember hearing the bone snap in his arm and then beating him into unconsciousness. I was fucking straight up losing it. I should have been locked up. As an adult sitting here right now, I'm telling you, I was like a wild animal. I should have been locked up off the streets. I was a straight up menace to society. Half them fucking rich kids we beat down were probably honestly cool, and they got their fucking asses stomped for nothing. It was wrong. It wasn't fucking cool. Our heads were out of control. We were thinking fucking gangster rap was real. We were losing it, man. Another time, I was driving on the freeway by myself when a carload of drunk teenagers pulled up beside me and started flipping me off. I might have pissed them off with my careless driving, but without hesitation, I turned the wheel on my car hard and slammed into them, knocking them completely off the highway and down into a ditch where their car knocked down a street sign and almost flipped over. I never found out how badly they were hurt at the time. I could care less. Truth is, I doubt they were hurt, but I know they were fucked up and their pride was seriously injured. We were all criminals now. I wasn't much of a thief at all, but Joey and his brother John had that shit down. They would go into a bookstore and steal an expensive hardcover book and then take it to another store and return it for the loot. They'd steal CDs, Nintendo games, speakers, anything, and then return them all at other stores. They would go right on until dinner time, and then they'd steal food and we'd cook it. Bottom line was, we were seeing the benefits from being a gang straight up. At the same time, these were our most impressionable years, and not much of anything positive was going on. One very good and very positive thing that did happen back then, however, that I'll never ever forget, was I got my very first shot of some actual Nedding. Yep, I lost my virginity. While most American boys lose their virginity at around 14 or 15 years old, it took a scrub like me till I was almost 18. We met these hoes at a party store in Ferndale, and they were fucking hoes. That's exactly what they were. Straight up equivalent of us, scrubs. Broke ass fucking welfare chicks. Nasty, just like us. And they lived in Hazel Park, which is the neighboring suburb of Ferndale. It was rough hanging out with those hoes over in Hazel Park back then, because we had lots of enemies around there. Anywho, we met these bitches and I started kicking it with one named Rhonda. All three of them looked like skinny-ass, dropped-out trailer park hood rats, which meant they were beauty queens to us. I liked Rhonda and she liked me. She always would tell me that my friends were all full of shit and that my forehead wasn't really that big. I really wanted to fuck her bad. I thought I was going to. I could have sworn it was in the bag, but nope, and fucking nope. Every night. I tried so hard for so long to fuck her, but she'd never let me. About 2 weeks of phone calls and hanging out with these skanks, I finally gave up. I called up Rhonda and told her that I was breaking up with her. I said, if you love me, you'd have let me hit it by now, and you ain't letting me do shit, so I'm out of this bitch. I explained that the reason was she still hadn't let me fuck her, even though it had been like 2 fucking weeks. She was upset, but I needed some ass, so I didn't care. I never even had any Nedding yet, and I was sick of always hearing about how fresh it was from all my boys, and from Joey, who was only like 14 and tagging mad Neddens. He had already got mad skins, so that was it. I was done with Rhonda. About 3 days later, Rudy's phone was ringing. It was for me. I was like, huh? Turned out it was Rhonda, and she was drunk as hell.
You guys should come over,
she said. She was so drunk she could barely keep the phone next to her face. I got so geeked I could barely talk. Rudy, Joey, John, come on, get in the car. We jumped in my shit brown Volare and drove right over there. We barely got in the door when little Boone's farm breath, Rhonda led me into her bedroom and got right up on top of me. I was speechless. This was my first time and I didn't have to do anything at all. She was doing it all. She even took down my sweats and pulled my dick out. She got on top of me and gave me a little quick meat wash and then hopped right up on my wet dick and pushed it inside of her. I was laying there motionless in shock. I'm still feeling like I'm in shock. I didn't have to do nothing, thank God, because I probably would have put it in her butt on accident. You have to remember, this had never happened to me, ever. When we weren't throwing bricks at hookers or macing other ninjas, sometimes we'd have hookers suck our dicks in the car. I'm not gonna lie, but that was paid for. This chick wanting to fuck me thing was brand spanking new. She just pushed my little dick right up inside her like I wined and dined her and sung Lionel Richie songs to her all night, and that was it. I was fucking her. It was crazy. I was just laying there fucking her. It was awesome. Fuck. I'm having a flashback. I'm about to bust a nut. It was fucking so dope. I didn't have to do anything. Thank God. She took total control of the situation and got on top of me and fucked me. She pulled my dick out of my pants and straight up fucking put it in. Thank God. I didn't know where that motherfucker went. I probably would have been poking her fucking netting hair, wondering why ain't it going in? Why ain't it going in? Thank God she did it all. Young love. That was the shit. That was it. I can't front. She fucked me better than 90% of the skins I had since then. She was the whip. I wish I knew how to get a hold of her today. I wouldn't mind some more of that fucking Hazel Park Rhonda. Wow. That night changed my life forever. I remember after that we were driving in the car and I was just speechless. I was just stunned, just blank-faced, staring off into nothing. It took a long time to come out of that coma. It took a fucking long time to come back to reality. I felt like a fucking superhero. Wow. After spending more and more time in Southwest and downriver, we actually started to forget about wrestling completely. We were just thugging. Inner City Posse was our daily job. We did the gang thing. If people wanted to join, we'd beat them down. But not real hard. We didn't do it like they do in LA or anything and kick their fucking teeth down their throat. We just kind of fake wrestle them a little bit. And that would be their initiation. Real gangs sold drugs and guns. We were just terrorizing people. And we spray painted ICP all over Ferndale, all over Oak Park, and of course, Southwest Detroit and Delray. And that was about it. Even then, being somewhat fake gangsters, we still had our share of these little gangster turf wars. Like I mentioned before, Hazel Park was one of our war zones. There was this crew in Hazel Park called the HPs, which stood for Hazel Parks. What a stale fucking gang name. They're so fucking lame if you think about it. We'll call ourselves the HPs. Why would you want to represent Hazel fucking Park anyway? It's so fucking stale. We warred with them for years though. We'd smash up their cars with rocks. Just completely stupid shit while listening to NWA and the Getter Boys and taking it all way too seriously. We drive around bumping this tape by a Detroit rapper called Awesome Dre because his music was the shit. Dre was the biggest influence on me in all of rap. Awesome Dre and NWA. And of course, later on Esham, but that's coming up. After a while, the gang shit started to catch up with us. All that thugging messing up our karma. See, John just about quit our gang because of his girlfriend. He was with this crystal bitch just about 24/7. Rudy got a serious job and he was gone at work all the time, and that made me living with him on and off off at my convenience, a major nuisance to his family. Pretty soon, it seemed like I was the lone ICP member still around, and the HPs knew it. They knew they couldn't find me, but they did find out where I used to live, my mom's house in Ferndale. And one night at about 11:30, my mom was off at my sister's house when it happened. The HPs came over to my mom's and smashed out all of our car windows and the fucking house windows. It finally had happened to me. The same terror we had been doing to ninjas all over the place finally came home. We got a taste of our own medicine. That fucking really sucked. I didn't have any fucking money, and my mom sure as fuck didn't have any to fix that shit. We had no choice but to turn to our rich Uncle Larry for help. Help bail us out once again, please. I thought of how bad that night must have scared my dog Lady, who was at home alone when it happened. That thought alone made me want to put a bullet in them kids' heads. Joey was chilling with his bitch and stealing with his homies, Nate and them, every day possible. Just about everybody seemed like they were gone. The situation of my problem was a shitty one. I had no other choice. I had to skip out of town. I called my brother Rob and told him I needed to escape. Within about a week, I was on a Greyhound bus for the 3-day ride down to North Carolina. Fayetteville, that is. Rob set me up with a place to stay. Since he lived in the Army barracks at Fort Bragg, he hooked me up to live with some old Elvis-looking guy who he kinda knew from the Army. $100 a month in rent, and I got to live in the back room of this guy and his wife's trailer home in a poor-ass city called Booney Doon, a suburb of Fayetteville, just outside of Fort Bragg. My brother fronted me the first month's rent, and then it was on my ass to come up with it from then on. Booney Doon, North Carolina was now home sweet home. Damn, my bedroom was like over 100 degrees at all time. I had two things in my room, a small radio with an awesome Dre tape and a Tony Tone tape, and a Nintendo with one game. In Detroit, I'd mace hookers and drive away. Now all I did was watch from my bedroom window as they got picked up and dropped off. Booney Doon was every bit of the dirty South, man. And these hookers around here were especially fucking ugly. I tried to hang out with my brother when he got off every afternoon, but that wasn't always possible. He would go on field missions for weeks at a time, and then it was just me, bored off my fucking ass in that trailer home. I remember looking at this Clint Black poster hanging on the wall in my room. It was the only thing in that room. I asked the Elvis guy who owned the trailer if he'd mind if I could take that poster down. Nah, why don't you go ahead and leave it on up there, he said. Wow, that was North Carolina. My brother and I soon found out this guy was a bigot too. Him and his little 16-year-old fat wife. He started saying racist things here and there just to test us. In fact, many people in North Carolina were bigots. Racism at this level was straight up new to me. With my brother around me again, things were easy to just blow off and forget about. So I did. Before long, though, I started to adapt at Fort Bragg, and I even started to hustle again. I buzzed my hair and wore my brother's army fatigues so that I could eat in the mess hall for free. I'd eat, work out, and sometimes sleep in the barracks with my brother and his friends. I'd just walk around all of Fort Bragg dressed in army fatigues, pretending I was a soldier. I hated it in North Carolina. The whole fucking time it was hell. I figured that I'd just get a job and make a few friends and start to be okay. But I never did. As the stale time went by, I was more and more amazed and shocked at how racist the people were. The rednecks in Booney Doon would all talk shit to me just because of the shoes I was wearing. They hated anything close to black style. They were fucking crazy evil. Evil, y'all. It hurt knowing that terrible shit on TV about the South was actually true in some parts. I was straight up in one of those parts. Everywhere you looked, rebel flags. Everywhere! Rebel fucking flags. My brother and two of his homies explained all the racism to me. My brother's friends in the army were all black, but they took Rob in right away. Rob even had a black girlfriend, and they were majorly in love with each other. Rob's friends told us horrible stories about the racism they had to deal with since moving to the South. All this hatred and racist evil was crushing my brain. I was in shock that nobody ever said or did anything about it in the Army. After a few months, I started to feel way worse about my surroundings than I did back in Detroit. Every day, broke as hell, I would wake up and the first thing I'd see was that Clint Black poster. Fuck Clint Black. I don't even know who the fuck that is, but if I ever see him, he's getting stomped. Then I walked to this McDonald's, and while I was applying for a job, I heard this customer yelling through the drive-thru intercom at this other female employee. I thought, man, there ain't no chance in hell I could handle that. I'd have told that guy to go fuck himself. Then a manager of this McDonald's told me that to get a job there, I would need to get a letter of recommendation from the other McDonald's I had worked at. Problem was, I only worked at that other McDonald's in Oak Park for about 3 days before telling them to fuck off. Then I remembered I had told the manager of that place to fuck off when I quit that job. I handed the application back to him and just walked out. I couldn't even get a job at McDonald's in fucking Booney Dune, North Carolina. Maybe Michigan wasn't so bad after all, even with all them gangs after me. I needed out of this racist hellhole I was in. I'm not saying that all of North Carolina is a racist hellhole. Nowadays, of course, we know that for a fact because there's mad juggalos in North Carolina. Back then, though, where I was at, it was indeed a redneck hellhole, and I needed out quick. Anything would be better than Booney Dune and that 100-degree trailer room. I had no way of getting home, though. Worse than that, though, I really didn't know where I would go once I got home. My brother gave me his last $60 and I headed for home, walking. Well, that wasn't the original plan, but that's pretty much how things ended up. I actually planned to hitchhike home, but much to my surprise, most of the people just passed my ass up, and I ended up walking for miles and miles. As I was walking along the side of the freeway, I kept seeing these yellow and white trucks pass me by. Soon I recognized them. They were from a giant trucking company right in Delray, Southwest Detroit, right on Michigan Ave, called Yellow Trucking Corporation. I figured if I could just get a ride on one of those trucks, I'd be okay. That truck was going all the way back to Delray in Detroit. That would have been the shit. Only yellow truck after yellow truck just passed me right the fuck by. Hitchhiking sucked dick. That shit ain't easy unless you're a half-naked chick. For us scrubby-looking thugs, though, it ain't easy, man. First of all, you walk in the fucking sun, which is over 100 degrees all day long. And then at night, you walk as long as you can until you finally pass out on the side of the road. That's when you enjoy a horrible night of laying in the dirt and bushes, being ate up by every insect there is. Walking along the freeway at night was extra scary for me because I kept this one horrible vision in my head. I kept thinking that somebody was going to ride up behind me doing 80 and suddenly just whip a bottle or something out his window, busting me in the back of my fucking head with it. You know, some crazy fucking drunk redneck just taking me out in the middle of nowhere for no reason at all. That shit happens every day. Why not to me or to you? Don't hitchhike, ninjas, unless you're a hot chick with fat tits. Then it should be perfectly safe for you. Yeah, right. I was out of money by the time I hit Raleigh, North Carolina. That was this big-ass college town. I slept on the steps of the college there. I remember waking up around the dorms thinking, if I just had game, I could kick it with one of these bitches and she'd put me up and let me fuck her and cook me dinner right in her dorm room. But game, I had not. I didn't have shit. Those were the worst days of my life. Homeless in Raleigh, North Carolina. Finally, I called my brother, and he came and picked me up and took me all the way back to Booney Dune. I was too sick and worn out to continue on anymore. By this time, my brother had more money to spare, so he bought me a bus ticket for home. Once again, I headed out of Booney Dune, North Carolina, this time for good. The very next time this city would ever see my face, it would be from a crowd's perspective, behind face paint, after paying $15 for a ticket. Whoop, whoop. Chapter 7. Intelligence and Violence. Back in Detroit, I moved back in with my mom in Ferndale. I was 17. I promised to get a job and I did. She was cool with me staying there for now. She knew that I was at least trying to get my shit together. I got a job as a telemarketer. It was some bullshit lie where I'd say I was from a Vietnam or a firefighters association and try to get people to donate money to this fake ass cause. At least if I had a job, my mom would let me live at home, so I was cool with it. The whole setup was illegal. It was run by these two evil young businessmen. They rented the top floor of this big ass office building, which they used as their main base of operation. The whole floor was made up of tiny cubicles full of working kids like me. Kids who were willing to lie and bullshit just to make old people contribute some money. That's all they had working for them was stupid young kids. When I look at that business now, it's incredible to me what they were willing to pull off. One day at work, I made a call from my list and I started talking to this one girl. Sick of giving the same pitch all the time, I just said fuck it. I told her, hey, listen, I'm supposed to tell you that I'm a Vietnam veteran and all this other bullshit, but fuck all that. If you don't mind, let's just kick it. You sound about the same age as I am, so what's up? The chick was cool as hell. We started kicking it every day. Next thing I know, I was going out with the chick. Her name was Missy Orlando. She lived way the fuck out in this city called Milford. Her neighborhood was made up of all doctors and Richies and shit. So to her, as far as she knew, my friends and I were some straight up ghetto thug from the slums of hell. We loved their perception of us. We played it off to her and her friends to the fullest. See, out in the suburbs like Milford, the inner city posse were these feared gangsters. You best believe we put on the whole charade when we went out there. Weapons, knives, whatever we had, we brought it out there straight up. We lived it up for Sheezy. This girl named Lisa, who was a friend of Missy's, threw the first and last party we ever went to out there. Now she was in love with this kid named Paul. Paul was fucking her friend in another room of her own house, so she just went batty and started breaking dishes and shit. That was all we needed. We said, hell yeah. We started breaking them too. The girl finally passed out, but we were just getting started. We punched holes in the walls, all the walls. I found a BB gun and shot her Nintendo up. Her brother had an autographed picture of the Three Stooges. Think about that. Think of how much money that's gotta be worth. The Three fucking Stooges, they're like from 1850, and yet he had an autographed picture of them. We ripped it in half. God only knows why we did all this. I even shot it up with the fucking BB gun. I fucking loved the fucking Three Stooges too, but I was a reckless gangster. This girl was crazy. Before she passed out, she was fucking her own house up. She was running around butt naked, high and gone off whatever, and just fucking shit up. So we just started joining in. It was crazy. She didn't even care. We were just fucking her house up, and she was just crying and bawling about Paul fucking her friend. The whole time Paul kept fucking her friend, by the way. We were just smashing shit. Then the girl just passed the fuck out. Finally, she woke back up and started drinking some more. She got super fucking stupid uber drunk and started walking around the house butt naked saying,
Please, please, somebody fuck me.
None of us would though. She was too out of it. We just kept breaking shit. I'm telling you. Mirrors, windows, little glass collectibles, everything you could ever imagine. Then we left back to Detroit. Weeks later, we heard that our destruction had cost the girl her freedom. She wound up going to a juvie hall and then to an insane asylum place. We hated rich people anyway. Another night, I was supposed to go out there to a high school dance with Missy, the girl I'd met on the phone. She called and told me she wasn't going though, and that she was just gonna stay home instead. I knew she was lying, so we rolled out to the dance. Sure enough, there she was, all up on some Richie kid. They were slow dancing and all in love. I was on it though. I walked right out to the dance floor and iced that kid's jaw. I even picked him back up off the floor and checked his chin 3 or 4 more times. Then my boys applied the boots to his ass and we left. The cool thing was the whole school stood around and watched us do it. And not one kid or teacher tried to stop us. We were just too scary for all the Richie asses. I was pissed. I was hurt. Young love gone wrong. Plus I had my gangster image to uphold. So I started calling her up and threatening her from my telemarketing job. She'd answer and I'd be like, "Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna kill you." I didn't think much of it. After all, we were just these feared gangsters. What'd she expect? It all caught up with me one night when Joey, John, and I were stealing car stereos. See, by now, even I was stealing car stereos. It was so easy, even I was down. Anyway, we spread out around the neighborhood. I saw this lady get out of her car and go into a house. I ran up, and sure enough, she left the car unlocked. I hopped in and started pulling her car radio out. Not 1 minute later, she came back out and opened a side door. She looked right at me, screamed, and ran back into the house. I thought, oh shit, it'll at least take 5 minutes for the cops to get here though, so I might as well finish. God, I was so fucking stupid. Within minutes, I saw the cop lights down the street. I was wearing a tracksuit at the time, so my smooth tactic was to pretend like I was jogging. I ran by the squad car to see who they'd picked up, and of course, it was Joey and John. Then the cop looked right at me like, "Where the fuck you going?" "Jogging, officer," I said. So fucking stupid. I even motioned past the car while I ran in place like I had a cooler full of Gatorade I had to get to her or some shit. "Sure you wouldn't like to ride in the car with the rest of your boys?" he asked. "I don't know them, officer," I yelled. "Get the fuck over here," he yelled. See, that's how fucking stupid I was. I ran from the car I was stealing a car stereo from, and then I saw cop lights down the street. So I was so fucking dumb, I figured I'd pretend like I was a jogger, and I would go jogging by him. It was like 2 in the morning, but I'm out here just jogging, minding my own business, because I wanted to see who the cops had picked up. And sure enough, it was my boys. Next thing you know, it was me too. That just goes to show you how dumb my fucking young brain was. When we got to the station, John and Joey were too young to be held, so they got out with the quickness, but I got booked. Turns out I had a warrant for my arrest. All those threatening phone calls I had made to Missy in Milford. I had a lousy $100 bond, but I sat there for a week because nobody had any money. Brother, I learned the hard way. It's a lot easier to be a gangster hard ass in Milford than in the Oakland County Jail. I got the shit beat out of me in the bullpen right away. I was wearing my Sergio Valente tracksuit, and this big black guy came up to me. "Give me your jacket." "Where are you gonna go with my jacket?" "I don't think we're getting out of here anytime soon." Boom! Wrong answer. He beat the shit out of me. My big mouth had gotten me into trouble again, and it wasn't about to stop. The next week, I went before the judge. "Did you threaten to kill this young lady?" he asked. "Damn right," I said. "I was gonna kill her. Fuck that bitch." Bam! Right back to jail again. This time I sat for 2 weeks on a lousy $200 bond that nobody came to pay. My mom damn sure didn't have it, and she was trying to teach me a lesson anyway. This time it wasn't the bullpen. After about 4 days, they sent me upstairs to the real jail, which, by the way, was much easier than the bullpen, but it still fucking sucked. I remember that first night, hearing the doors shutting one by one on the floor above me. It was the most horrific sound I'd ever heard. Shh-chong, shh-chong. The cell doors just shutting. We were fed at 4 in the morning. I woke up to the commotion of everybody eating and drinking, but my plate was already empty. I turned to my cellmate and said, "Somebody stole my food." I quickly realized that since we were locked all night in a cell together, I was basically saying, "Motherfucker, you stole my food." "Your food's right here," he said, and bam! He hit the shit out of me in the chest. That was twice, only that wasn't as bad as the beating I got in the bullpen for my fresh Sergio Valente jacket. After 2 weeks like that, I got out. I wound up getting probation with the stipulation that I never go back to the city of Milford. So what was the first thing I did when I got out? I went straight to Milford. I didn't even really know what probation or a restraining order was. I was only 17, and this was really the first time I was ever caught up with the law. I just didn't get it. I saw Missy's car in a Kmart parking lot, and I waited for her and her new boyfriend to come out. The only blue light special I got that day was the one on top of the cop car that brought me right the fuck back to OCJ, Oakland County Jail. This time, I got 90 days and spent Christmas and New Year's Day in jail, and everything. It sucked. It was worse than the trailer park in North Carolina, worse than sleeping on the side of the highway, worse than growing up as a scrub. Over those 3 months, that's when everything for me changed. The only ones who came to visit me in jail were my mom and Joey. Nobody else. No Nate, no John, no Lacey, no fucking buddy. They all had jobs and shit going on anyway. I was still playing gangster and doing time over it. Believe it or not, I mostly passed the time by writing raps. I hadn't written any in so long I just said fuck it and started writing them to pass the time. That was the last of the gangbanging days for me. I'd been in the thuggery shit for 3 years. I wasn't lucky like Joey and Nate. I was getting caught and they weren't. I was just a 17-year-old kid with nothing better to do but break laws and try to break jaws. After that short stretch in jail, I was like, fuck all that. My mom knew I was serious about getting my shit together, so she let me stay with her at her house once again. I was making my rounds and visiting what homies and people I knew. Rudy knew I didn't have shit going on when I got out, so he called me one day.
Hey Joe, I got my own wrestling thing going on. I'm passing out flyers and I'm helping promote for this wrestler dude named Malcolm Monroe. You gotta come down to the wrestling show and wrestle. This guy Malcolm wants us. It's gonna be the shit.
Now later, when Joey and I started doing rap, it wasn't like Rudy could hand us money to pour into it, cause any job Rudy had, he had to take care of his kids. The wrestling thing was our thing going way back to our days downtown, going to visit Al Costello, the fabulous kangaroo. So to involve me in his wrestling promotion, that was his way of contributing. I told Rudy, hell yeah, I'd do the show. We spent the next month walking up and down West Renner Ave in Southwest Detroit, hanging and passing out flyers for Malcolm's big wrestling show and working out in Joey's mom's garage to get in shape. The night of the show, Rudy introduced me to the promoter, Sweet Daddy Malcolm Monroe. That was his wrestling name. And today I'm good friends with his son, Malcolm Monroe Jr. Malcolm, hey, this is Joe Bruce, who also trained with me down at the Chris Adams Wrestling School of Texas. That was, by the way, a straight up lie. That was our lie we told Malcolm so that he'd let us wrestle. That we wrestled at the famous Chris Adams Wrestling School in Texas. That we were trained professionally. Truth was, we trained ourselves in Joey and Lacey's backyards. We knew how to wrestle though, and we thought the promoter would just put us against each other. We had our own little routines and moves down. It seemed perfect. It seemed. We soon found out being a local promoter, he was a businessman and a snaky one. He didn't care where we said we trained. He just wanted to make sure Rudy and I put the flyers out and collected the ticket money. Turned out he didn't even want us to wrestle. Then 3 of the scheduled wrestlers luckily didn't show up. Boom! Malcolm had no choice but to put Rudy and I on the card. My first real wrestling match ever. Next thing you know, we were in the dressing room with the original Bobo Brazil, God rest his soul, and the original Sheik, God rest his soul. Both of them were older than dirt. No lie, y'all. The Sheik looked a little better than Bobo, but both needed not to be there. Both could barely walk. They were both so broke they had no choice but to come wrestle for the $300 Malcolm was paying them. That and of course the fact that once you get in, you just can't stop wrestling. You just want to get back in that ring. That was especially for them. The Sheik and Bobo Brazil used to sell out Cobo Arena in downtown Detroit week after week back in the 70s and early 80s. Brother, they had one of the all-time greatest feuds in all of pro wrestling history. Neither the Sheik or Bobo, I think, ever wanted to just let that go. Even if it meant coming back to fight each other one last time in front of only 150 people at a Mexican lunch hall called Azteca Hall. Those guys were straight up legends. The legends El Costello told us stories about. When I tell people my first wrestling match, the main event on that show was the Sheik vs. Bobo Brazil, they think I'm talking about the old Kobo days in the early 80s, because that was their heyday. Little do they know I'm talking about around 1990 at the Azteca Hall in Southwest Detroit. The Sheik and Bobo were so fucking old. Bobo Brazil actually had two ninjas, one on each arm, walking him down to the ring because he couldn't actually walk by himself without a cane or a walker or something. Can you believe this man was actually wrestling in a ring when he couldn't even actually walk? He just had them walk him down to the ring, and then when he got in the ring, he held himself up in the corner by the ropes, and he just stayed in that corner. The Sheik came over, and Bobo would give him a little punch, and the Sheik would sell it for like 2 or 3 minutes, then come back over, and Bobo would give him another little punch, and the Sheik would sell that for another 2 or 3 minutes. Nevertheless, it was actually the original Sheik versus Bobo Brazil. And for you wrestling nerds out there, I'm not talking about the Iron Sheik. I'm talking about the original Sheik. Bobo and Sheik used to sell out Kobo Arena week after week. And here they were at Azteca Hall in front of 150 people. These guys were legends. When we saw them in the dressing room, I turned to Rudy and said, holy shit, there they are, sitting right there. Rudy was just as geeked as me. Mexican lunch hall or not, that was the fucking Sheik and Bobo Brazil about to get it on one last time. And me and Rudy were booked on the same show. I have been to thousands of local independent wrestling shows in Michigan, and I had a sense enough to know that 90% of the rest of the dressing room considered of nothing but bums. Old-ass ninjas who never went anywhere in wrestling. Other than a few good faces, we were the two only other young guys sitting there. It was basically garbage. Back in those days, independent wrestling shows were full of old, fat, wrestling nobodies. There was no young kids on the show. When I started out wrestling, me, Joey, and Rudy were the only young ninjas in the wrestling room. Today, at independent wrestling shows, it's all young ninjas. It's all fucking underwear models. Young ninjas doing fucking backflips off the top rope, flipping and flying everywhere. It was nothing like that when we started out in wrestling. It was all old ninjas with holes in their spandex and dirty, tired-ass fucking scuffed-up wrestling boots. We were the only young ninjas there. There were two other young guys sitting in the dressing room, though, and within minutes, we were all sitting in the corner talking with each other. One of the kids' names was Rob Van Dam. The other was Sabu. This night was also Rob Van Dam's very first match ever. Only he wasn't nervous at all. He couldn't be. I don't think he was allowed to be, because he was trained by the original Sheik, and the Sheik was watching him. You see, the Sheik had trained both Rob Van Dam and Sabu. Sabu was actually the Sheik's nephew, and Sabu had been wrestling for a few years at this point. When the Sheik wasn't eyeballing his students, they were both laid back and cool as fuck. Just the fact that the Sheik had trained Rob and Sabu made Rudy and I hop right on their nuts. They were cool as hell. That night I wrestled as Corporal Daryl Daniels to show my support for the troops in Desert Storm. The truth was, I didn't have any other wrestling gear. My brother had sent me some of his army fatigues, so I had the boots and the camouflage pants and everything. Even though I was still a skinny kid with a fresh-ass mullet who weighed about $120, I marched right out to the ring and yelled, "Salute the Corporal for Desert Storm!" I'd sold the hell out of it. Turns out I was wrestling a guy named Irish Mickey Doyle, who was an old veteran. He was one of the only wrestlers besides the Sheik and Bobo who I had any respect for. I had been a fan of his for years, watching him on all the local wrestling shows around town. Mickey Doyle could actually wrestle. Mickey was cool as hell, At least he could actually move. He was fast and athletic as hell. When we squared off, he recognized right away. Aren't you that kid who got my autograph a bunch of times? Yeah, I answered. My mouth was dry from being so fucking nervous. Mickey was cool though. Get something on me, kid. Do something, he said, but I wouldn't hit him. He'd throw me into the ropes and whisper, reverse it, but I wouldn't. I'd just go into the ropes and he'd close my knee, you know? I was scared to hit him back. Get some heat, kid, he kept telling me, but I was too scared. He wanted me to have a comeback and start beating him around, at least to make the match a little less stale and one-sided, but I was just too nervous. I made up for it by taking good bumps. Take a bump in wrestling speak means flipping and flying around dramatically, yet believably, when you're getting your ass beat. For example, if somebody clotheslines you, you do a flip and make it look like it really hurt bad. I did that shit great. I did great bumps. I could make any jobber look great. Trouble was, that's all I could do. The truth was, having not really attended the Chris Adams wrestling school, I didn't really know how to do any technical shit. So when he said reverse it, I wouldn't do anything. So he just beat the shit out of me and that was that. The match afterwards, he rushed up to me in the dressing room. Good match, kid, but you didn't get nothing in, man. I can't hear, I said. I have a hearing problem. I couldn't hear you telling me what to do. Such a stale lie. You know what though? I'll carry that lie with me for the rest of my life. In the summer of 2000, when we booked Mickey Doyle for a JCW match, that's our own wrestling league, which you'll hear about later, Mickey was like, how's your hearing? I had to fucking lie to answer. Oh, I said, it's still really fucked up. Mickey knew I was fucking lying. But it was such a stale lie. It's all I could think of. And the truth is, today, now I actually have lost 30% of my hearing after 24 years of doing shows. So now if I tell them my hearing's fucked, I'm actually telling them the truth. But back then, it was just a stale fucking lie I thought up on the spot to make up for the fact that I really didn't know what the fuck I was doing in the ring, so I couldn't follow his instructions. So that was the lie I carried. I couldn't hear. I thought I sucked in the match. But Al Snow, who today is a very famous wrestler and has worked in all the big promotions, came up to me afterwards and wanted to book me for 2 more shows that he was putting on in Ohio. I was so fucking happy. I was proud of myself for the first time in a while. Al Snow also booked Rob Van Dam and Sabu as well. My mind was switching over once again from gangster thug back to wrestling, just like in middle school. Now I was a wrestler, and that's all that mattered to be wrestling. That's all I wanted to be in my life was a wrestler. I started hanging out with Rob Van Dam as much as I could, but it was hard because he lived in Battle Creek, Michigan, and that was far as fuck. I would head out there and train with him in his barn as much as possible. I started to send out these little promo packages to all the independent wrestling promoters in the country. I told them all I could wrestle for free, but nobody booked me. But I was getting a lot of local bookings in Michigan and Ohio. I even did a 2-ring battle royal in Lima, Ohio, and that shit was fun as hell. Think about how fresh that was. I was actually in a 2-ring battle royal where everybody gets in the first ring and throws each other out. Then you go in the second ring and then you got to get thrown out of that. I stayed in that battle royal as long as I could because I just wanted to keep wrestling all those ninjas. It was so fresh. I wasn't making a single tiny fucking piece of a penny though. The independent wrestling world was nothing like I had expected. I ran into it full steam ahead and it was a big fat giant fucking letdown. God, I remember those days all too clearly. All them years of backyard wrestling, I dreamed about how wonderful it was gonna be once I was old enough to do it for real. It was all just a big fucking letdown. First of all, every wrestler was dirt fucking poor. Nobody had any money at all. They all had day jobs. They were all fucking sloppy and out of shape, and most of all, they were all dicks to me. Yes, I was green, inexperienced, small, and I sucked. Looking back at it now though, I have to wonder, who the hell were those guys to fuck with me? This wasn't the WWF or WCW or WWE. This was independent wrestling. These guys never made it. At least least I was just a kid, 18, maybe 19, that's it. These fucking bums were all pushing 40, and not one of them was successful in wrestling. They all missed the boat. At least I was on my way up. I was paying my dues. These were fucking jobbers. They all sucked in wrestling, and they were all wrestling in high school gyms and VFW halls for the rest of their lives. At least I still had a chance to make it. I think now that the only reason they were all dicks to me is because I was the only one in that dressing room who had a chance at the big time. Just like with Rob Van Dam, he was hated backstage too. Not Sabu though, just being the nephew of the Sheik, and not to mention his talent, made Sabu respected as fuck. All the rest of the dressing room, man, what a bunch of assholes they were. Even Joey wouldn't come hang out backstage with me. He hated the atmosphere of it all. He would rather watch it from the stands. I hated it backstage too. All them shitty nobodies dissing me all the time, fucking with me, made me feel like high school. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I started to lose interest in wrestling as quick as I gained it. I didn't have the heart to take all the BS like Rob Van Dam did. I would just get too pissed off, while he had the ability to just say fuck it and always blow it off. What the fuck? I was lost. Wrestling is what I always told everybody I wanted to do, but now I was questioning myself. But then again, most people question themselves at that age, right? Back on the streets, I was really starting to get into rap music again. I was trying my hardest not to end up back in jail, but I still loved to rap about thugging. When I was in jail, I had actually written my first rap in about 5 years since the JJ Boys. I called it Something to Say. It was a big rip-off from our local hero Awesome Dre Style, but I didn't care. I just wrote it to show my boys. John had recently gotten a job at Primo's, a pizza place. He was always telling us about this kid he knew who rapped super fresh. I told John that my rap Something to Say schooled anybody's shit, but I was just bullshitting. My shit was weak, and I knew it. Besides, I still thought I wanted to be a wrestler my whole life. One day I went up to see John at work, and I met the rapper kid face to face. He was pretty cool. His name was Dale, but his rat name was D Lyrical. Everybody was outside smoking on their break because business was so dead, and John had told Dale to rap for me. Everybody stood around and Dale rapped his ass off. He was fresh, but his raps were all positive and educational type shit. I hated that style. I always loved the gangster shit, you know, that fuck this and bitch that style. Then John told me to bust something to say for everybody. I was nervous as hell, but I wasn't much of a rapper at all yet. But so what? I did it anyway. I busted my rap because I really didn't care what they thought. My rap was full of cussing and violence and all kinds of gangster shit. Much to my surprise, everybody standing around loved it. They all told me it was the shit. I'm not talking about just John and Joey. I mean all the ninjas who worked at Primo's, who I didn't even know. They all liked my rap. I felt super good about it after that. I started to take my rapping a little bit more seriously. When I wasn't on some long ass drive out to Buttwhiff, Indiana to wrestle, or working at some bootleg ass job, I was writing more and more raps. I really liked rapping. It kept me in the house. It gave me something to do. I really wanted to hear how I sounded, and also to send my brother a tape of me rapping, who was in the army and by now was in Desert Storm. So check out this method I used to record myself. I took 2 tape players and turned them to face each other. I hit record on one of them and play on the other, and as one tape player played the beat, an instrumental of some song, I stuck my head between both radios and rapped. The recording tape player caught both the beat coming out of the other radio and my voice rapping. I did a whole album like that. I used rap instrumentals from the Ghetto Boys, Kwame, Third Base, Compton's Most Wanted, the Lifers Group, and anybody else who put out an instrumental version on the B-side of their cassette singles. Now I had my own album on cassette. It was absolutely horrible sounding. I called it Enter the Ghetto Zone. I rapped as Violent J, my street name in Inner City Posse. Man, I made as many dubs of that piece of shit album as possible. I sent 5 copies to my brother who was in Desert Storm and had all his buddies, so I wanted him to pass it out. I think he had other things on his mind at that time though. Rob was sitting with the other 65,000 troops in Saudi Arabia ready for war. When Desert Shield went down, I tried my hardest to get in the army, but no chance. My crime record was too fat. They wouldn't even let me peel potatoes. To me, my brother was and still is everything I always wished I could have ever been. So I just continued on wrestling on stale independent shows and writing my shitty raps and working shitty jobs. I'm gonna list just some of the different jobs I had from 14 until 19 years old. I had some of these jobs before jail and some after jail. In fact, I worked stupid jobs on and off all the way until the release of Beverly Hills 50187. We'll get to that later. In this book, I haven't really mentioned the many places I've worked at yet, mostly because none of these places ever meant anything to me. Just to clear it up, here are some of the places I've worked at throughout my life. McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Myers, Foodland, a record store, Frank's Nursery and Crafts, Papa John's Pizza, a hardware store, Target, Benny Bread Company, a bowling alley, Joe Louis Arena, an army surplus store, and a video store. Some of the jobs I had done included dishwashing at 3 different places, caddying, landscaping, being a security guard, window selling, door to door, which by the way I never sold one fucking window, box folding, being a busboy, auto parts delivering, pizza delivering at 2 different places, being a gas station attendant, pizza cooking, car washing at 3 different places, moving, ushering, being a janitor, paper delivering, that's paper route, y'all, vacuum repairing, as if I knew a fucking thing about vacuums, telemarketing, bar bouncing, candy selling, high-low driving, I even had a high-low license, being a shipping clerk, thieving, and of course, pot slanging. Yes, I even sold pot. My interest in rapping was growing because everyone at least acted like they dug my shitty album. Even John and Joey said they wanted to make one with me, so we did. We rapped basically the same shitty way, and we made another stale album of music you could barely make out. The album was called Ghetto Territory. Man, we fucking suck. We'd run up to Kinko's and make copies of that cassette cover, which was usually a drawing of ICP written on a brick wall or something, and we'd start dubbing right away. Then one day John came home from work and dropped a bomb on us. He told us that D-Lyrical kid had just gotten a karaoke machine. John explained how it worked. One tape plays the music and the other cassette deck records. All you had to do was plug in a microphone and rap. Wow. Now, seeing how at this point most of us were on some type of probation and all, we definitely were not trying to fuck up. So stealing a karaoke machine was out of the question. Much to my surprise, John and Joey both didn't seem too interested in rapping with D-Lyrical, but I was. Anything to have access to that fresh-ass $200 karaoke machine. Boom, I called up Stale-Ass Dale, aka D-Lyrical, and started fronting like we were old pals or something. I asked him if he was into the idea of doing a little record together or something. I knew I hated his pussy-ass rap style and that we wouldn't last more than 4 or 5 songs together, but I just wanted to hear myself on a more professional level. The karaoke machine. At that time, the karaoke machine was as professional as you could get. I started to walk over to D-Lyrical's house every day I could, and we made some songs together. We named our mini album Intelligence and Violence.
Intelligence and violence. You have dug your own grave. If you say you wanna battle, don't you know you're a double of the creek without a paddle? Cause I keep getting better. I'm tougher than leather. I'm rated #1 and I reign forever.
Oh, all of my rhymes were super violent and his were intelligent or whatever. That was Violent J. I was killing everybody all the time and everything, and D Lyrical was the intelligent guy with the mad boring lyrics like
no more words in a pocket dictionary.
I hated recording at Dale's house. I even didn't like him that much. Fuck, the truth is, I didn't even really know that kid at all. Every day when we were done rapping, the second my copy was dubbed, I was out of there. Every time I'd start doing my verse,
Violent J, yo, homeboy, packing a punch. Knocked out Ray, I'm the motherfucking Brady Bunch. For no apparent reason, yo, that's my attitude. Fuck off, Golden State.
his mom would come down the stairs and make us stop.
Does it have to have that much cursing? My son's verses don't have any cursing.
She would say,
Why do you have to have that much cussing? We can hear you throughout the whole house.
that bitch. I fucking wanted to shoot them both and take that karaoke machine home. Finally, when I got my own karaoke machine, that was the end of D Lyrical and his mom, but not the end of those tapes. If you look on the internet, you can still find the stuff I recorded with D Lyrical, though God knows why you would want to. Besides focusing on music, I also had landed my first girlfriend, Karen. I met her at a video store where she worked. She was an assistant manager, so that meant free videos and we could raid the snacks. She was the first girlfriend I had a lot of sex with, but it was really generic sex. No doggy style, no nothing like that. Just straight up humping. That's all I knew how to do, and that's all she knew how to do. Such sweet young lust. We even humped in her video store after hours, twice. Even cooler than the regular netting I was getting was that Karen bought me my own karaoke machine. From that point it was on. I had been sending my brother tapes in Saudi Arabia of me rapping, as well as fresh shit from other Detroit artists. Guys like Awesome Dre and Merciless Amir are long forgotten, but to me they were the shit. Karen had some money, and I fucking drained her out of every dime of it. I hate myself for her now, and I swear to God I wish I could find her for two reasons. First, to pay her back, and secondly, to fuck her again. Correctly this time. Anyway, with Karen's help and her loot, I collected any and every single bit of Detroit rap I could find. I would go from record store to record store all over the inner city and just ask for local shit. I had it all. K-Stone, AWOL, Detroit's Most Wanted, Smiley, Rap Mafia, Papa J Smooth, Chaos and Maestro, and all that fresh shit. Karen was the bomb for helping me back then. I still love her. Pretty soon, I was trying to sell my own tapes to ninjas in the streets. And at the time, I still never said that rap was what I wanted to do for a living. I was still kidding myself by saying that I was gonna wrestle forever. I just found it really cool making tapes. People would make dubs of my tapes and give them to somebody else, and on and on. People were actually digging my shit. Here's the freshest part. Rudy was selling them all over Southwest Detroit for $1 a piece, and people were actually buying my shit. John and Joey jumped right back in the game once they heard the pure, fresh quality of the karaoke machine Karen had bought me. We were getting ready to make the big record together. We'd call it Basement Cuts. We needed money to buy some fresh instrumentals to rap over. Karen and everybody else were completely tapped out. This karaoke album we were making was our passion though, so we had no choice but to resort to old school tactics. John, Joey, and I followed this pizza delivery lady because she had big ass kicker box speakers sticking out of the back of her Jeep. When she got out of her car and went up to the front door to deliver the pizza, I ran up and started yanking that kicker box from her Jeep. They were bolted in, but I yanked it back and forth, and finally they came loose. The lady came back and started screaming. I must have had extra karma since I was stealing for my music, because I got away clean and sold that kicker box to some kid for 60 smooth bucks. As you may remember me mentioning before, everybody used to make fun of me because I had a big forehead. So I wrote a song called Go Forehead, Go Forehead, Go Forehead. John made a song called Ghetto Style, and Joey made a song called Violent Crimes of the ICP. Before long, the record was done, but not every song we made was used. We set up our plan. We would see how many of these we could actually sell on the streets. At this point, like Like many young musicians anxious to promote themselves, we discovered that Kinko's had a color copy machine, so that meant color tape covers. Pretty soon, we had our own little dub tape and a color copy operation going. Karen would buy the blank tapes and pay for the covers. Then we'd drive out to Rudy's in her Cavalier before she had to go to work and drop off 30 cassettes. Then I'd drop Karen off at the video store and drive all the way back to Southwest, and bam, Rudy would already have 30 bucks. It sounds so fucking retarded and simple, but it was fresh as hell to us. Like it's when people open a restaurant and they put the first dollar bill they make on the wall. It was just a fucking buck. But when you're just starting out, everything you do is like a fucking event. I would try to sell tapes in Ferndale and Oak Park, but nobody really wanted to buy them. Rudy and his cousins were selling them big time in Southwest, so we called the label Rude Time Records. I started claiming Southwest as my home turf and all the raps, because that's where everybody was buying them. And that's where everybody knew the name ICP. Rudy didn't have a phone at the time, so we were putting my number down. We told my mom, if anybody calls for Rudy, say, "Can I take a message, please? He's not in right now." We went into mass production. This meant Rudy was making his own copies at his house. I was making my own at my house, and John and Joey were making their own too. By now, we even had this kid named Fat Ronnie making his own copies. Inner City Posse's name was larger than ever. The only problem was that all the real gangsters in Southwest knew that we weren't really much of a gang. Even so, ICP was making noise, and they got jealous of it real quick. Pretty soon, Rudy's family's house in River Rouge started catching hell, with gangs driving by and throwing shit. He and his girlfriend and their kid wanted to get out of there before any kind of real bullshit went down. They moved to this old-ass Polish neighborhood in Detroit called Hamtramck. They were straight, and it was back to business as usual. However, I started getting the bone again. I started catching even more hell at my mom's house from all that old HP shit coming up again. So I convinced Karen to rent us an apartment in Detroit. I wouldn't show anybody where I live because I didn't want any more dumb shit. I just wanted to rap. Oh yeah, and I was still wrestling. Everybody was making copies of the tape and selling them everywhere. We were still spray painting ICP everywhere, so the player hating started real quick. Next thing we knew, we were hearing ICP is a bunch of fucking pussies from River Rouge.
They're a bunch of fucking pussies from Southwest.
They're a bunch of fucking pussies from Oak Park. Then we started hearing we're a bunch of fucking pussies from Clawson, from Sterling Heights, from Port Huron. Everybody started coming up with their own rumors. Our notoriety, or I should say fake notoriety, spread. People realized we weren't really a real gang, just rappers talking about being one. So everybody who had been in the ICP gang was like, fuck this, I'm out of this group. Everybody bailed on us, because if they stuck around, they got beat. Gangs were wanting to see if we were really as tough as we claimed in the music, and the truth was, we weren't. Mostly though, it was player haters saying, damn, they were making a lot of noise from these cheap ass tapes that basically sucked. Desert Storm started. Finally, my brother rode back from Saudi Arabia right before the Desert Storm war started. I got everybody bumping your shit out here, dog, he said. Plus, one of my homies owns a record store with his brother. Alex Abyss is his name. Remember Alex? He owns a record store with his brother. He'll sell your tape. You guys should take your tapes over to him on Gratiot in Roseville. Our jaws dropped. Holy shit. Somehow our shit's really gonna be in a real record store. Now, of course, we weren't making any real money at this point. All we were doing was driving around in my girlfriend's car, deeper and deeper into debt, paying for all the Color Kinko's copies. I promised her, once I make it, I'll pay you back. Once I make it. Until then, I had to try to find another job. Joey and John's mom was a hairdresser out in a suburb called Troy, so she got us jobs at a brand new Papa John's pizzeria that had just opened up out there. Joey quit the second day to go back to thieving, his preferred means of income whenever it was truly necessary. We were mad pissed at him because we needed the money and we had to keep right on working there. One of the things we had to do at Papa John's was take turns putting this fresh-ass pizza slice costume on and stand out front in traffic trying to get customers. It was part of the job, and it was to pay for our rap career. No matter how hard I tried, I was still a thug, even in a pizza slice costume. Every fucking day I'd be out there trying to make the best of it, waving at little kids saying, "Hey, come get some pizza." All the time, older kids would drive by and be like, "Fuck off, pizza slice." I'd be like, "Fuck you, bitch. I'll fuck your Richie ass up." I'd turn into this enraged pizza slice, chasing them through traffic. Of course, I look lame as hell picking fights as a pizza slice. But I figured if I pushed the crust part of the costume down and popped my head out of the hole, they'd see I wasn't playing. The kids would just laugh at me and take off. Then I'd have to run back and get back on my big plate, hoping that the owner of the store didn't see me. I sealed my fate as the thug-minded pizza slice when I took some rhinestones and super glued them to my teeth so it looked like I had diamonds in my grill. Now I was this pizza slice with iced out teeth running up and down Big Beaver Road picking fights. The manager, however, wasn't having it. "You gotta take those rhinestones off your teeth, son." I ain't taking nothing off my teeth. Boom, I got fired from that job right quick. Time to try to sell some tapes to this Alex guy. We took about 20 copies of Basement Cuts up to Alex at his store, Hot Hits Records, which was on Gratiot Avenue on the east side. Alex was a fucking snake right off the bat. He put the tape in.
Some of you motherfuckers know me. You say that's Joe Bruce, my neighborhood homie. Trying to come up, trying to be a rap star, but a basement tape ain't going far. I ain't trying to.
"This is you rapping?" "Yep," I said. Hey, you know my brother Rob." Silence. "Yeah, I remember you. You're Rob's little brother." Silence. I couldn't tell if he liked it or hated it, so I flat out asked him, "Alex, can you sell these at your store?" He didn't give a fuck. He kept listening to the tape, looking at me. Finally, he said, "Give me them. I'll sell each of them for $5. I'll take 3 and give you 2. "Okay," we said, like it wasn't anything. Really, we were like, "Holy shit, we're about to get $2 a pop." We were so fresh. Alex could sell those things. He would push those motherfucking tapes off to anybody. Every little ass kid, anybody. "This is the dopest shit ever," he'd say. Some kid would ask, "You got that new Young MC?" "Fuck Young MC. This is the shit right here." People were buying it, his line and the tapes. A few weeks later, I got a call at my mom's.
Yo, is this ICP?
I paused for the longest and said slowly, "No, this is Root Time Records."
Oh, can I talk to ICP?
"No, they're not here," I said.
Just tell them I said they're fresh as hell.
And he hung up. I was like, "Whoa, some fucking fan just called." That night when I picked Karen up from work, we took a drive to Rudy's so I could do some bragging about the call. It was around Christmas, and I was working at Frank's Nursery and Crafts just for the season. To show how much love we had for each other on Christmas Eve, I went by work and fucking stole the tree, some mad ornaments and Christmas lights, and even a Santa Claus suit and everything. I put it all behind the dumpster out back. After work, I grabbed it all, and we went over to Rudy's house to set up the stolen Christmas tree. I walked in the house dressed as Santa Claus, and we gave Rudy's kids a fucking real Christmas. That shit felt good, y'all. That's why I say today, ICP may seem like two people on stage, but you gotta understand, from the very start, it was many more people. It was Rudy, it was my brother, it was everybody, even the stolen Santa suit. Alex's store was in Roseville, Michigan. Before we went up there, none of us had ever even heard of Roseville. Boom, we gave Alex 20 more tapes. He called us up about 4 days later. "I only got one left, I need more." We had sold 19 more tapes out of Alex's store in only 4 days because Alex was pawning them bitches off like they were the shit. 19 more people bought them. So for the first time in my life, for the first time ever, I sat down with Joey and John and we laid out our master plan. Let's try to do rapping for real, y'all. Let's try to make it, I said. Right away, John wasn't having it. "Do you know how many fucking rappers there are from every city? Not just 20, man. There's like 20,000 rappers. I thought about it for a minute, and the fact was he was right. When I'd hand out our basement tapes, everybody was like, oh, my cousin raps, my brother raps, my cousin's brother raps. There were rappers everywhere. When I got that call from Alex, though, I got one more tape left. Come pick up your money and drop off some more tapes. It changed my life, man. Listen, Alex has money, I continued. Let's ask Alex to be our manager. Let's try and do ICB for real. We all got jobs except Joey, of course. Let's put all our money in. Let's do it. I pitched a long-ass spiel about how I knew we could make it. John and Joey finally were down. We called Alex up and asked, when do you have a day off? We want to have a big meeting with you. He was like,
All right, whatever.
he had no idea what we were planning. Right before we left to go to Alex's house, we were over at John and Joey's house. Joey had a red marker and a napkin. What do you want to call our record company? We have to release it on something, he said. He was right. We at least knew that much. I collected all the local rappers' tapes in Detroit, and besides the rappers' names and album title, there would always be a label name too, which was always pretty stale. Like Dope MC would be on Dope MC Records, and that's lame as fuck. We wanted to sound like we had a real record label, like we had a real record deal. We started thinking about this crazy-ass paperboy in Joey's neighborhood. This kid had hair like Big Bird, and he was fucking nuts. Always kicking over garbage cans and crashing his bike into cars so he could roll across the hoods. So we were gonna call our label Mad Paperboy Records. The other idea we came up with was Psychopathic Records. Joey drew two logos on that napkin. One of them was this character with Big Bird hair and a stack of papers in one hand and a newspaper in the other hand. For the Psychopathic logo, Joey just drew the same character, only without the papers, and carrying a hatchet instead of the newspaper. We got over to Alex's house, which was actually Alex's mom's house, and we went down into the basement. There was no kind of room for us to sit, so I just sort of paced around while I gave him my 2-hour-long sales pitch. I was scared as fuck the whole time. To this very day, I can't recall ever wanting something so bad in my life. Alex, we want you to manage us. We want you to invest some money. We know you got some money in the bank. And we swear to God we'll sign whatever you want us to sign. We swear to God the first person we will pay back when we come out with this will be you. He was sort of stunned. I kept right on talking. Alex, you sold those fucking tapes on a shitty little Maxell cassette for $5 a pop. You sold fucking 19 of them in 4 days. Rudy sold God knows how many. 75, maybe 80 in Southwest. I sold 20 myself. Fat Ronnie sold 15. Dog, we can fucking do this. We can do a real EP at a real studio. Alex wasn't saying anything. He had both his arms on the table just listening. Joey and John were sitting at the table while I was walking around doing the whole speech. I kept on outlining our plan right there in that dinky little basement. I think we can do it for real, in a real studio. So let's do it, I said. Alex, we need $2,000. We're asking you if we can borrow $2,000. We know you run that record store with your brother, and you're the only one we know that can do it. You sold those tapes so fast. You already know the music business. You know what people want to buy. Let's start a record company together. Alex just looked at us like we were a bunch of criminals, which up to that point we sort of were. He knew what I was saying, though, was straight up from the heart. I'll do it, he said. He was down. You guys don't have to sign anything. I know you're gonna pay me back when we get the money. So boom, that night, we showed him the two ideas, and Psychopathic Records it was. I went back home to Karen. John and Joey went back home to their house. That night was the beginning of the rest of our lives. When I decided that was what I wanted to do, that was the new dawn of everything. It was never an option to fail. When we were doing the JJ Boys, if you'd asked me what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be? Do I want to be a rapper? I'd have said no. I always said no. During Intelligence and Violence, I'd have said no. Even with Basement Cuts, there was too many other rappers out there. I want to be a wrestler is what I said. But when Alex sold all those tapes at a store for $5 to complete strangers who weren't friends of ours, and who weren't friends of Rudy's, and who weren't friends of Rudy's little brother, or friends of Fat Ronnie, just complete strangers, then when that kid called me and all that stuff together, and from that moment on, I had something. I had a purpose. I wasn't making fucking basement tapes anymore. I didn't want to be a wrestler. I didn't want to be anything. I had worked like 50 jobs and none of them worked out for me. All of a sudden, I had something to do for a living. I wanted to be a fucking rapper. And failure was not an option. Every fucking day I come out of my tour bus and some ninja's asking me questions. Did you ever think you'd make it this big? Yes, I knew we would. I knew we would the day we decided we wanted to be rappers for a living. That day changed everything in our lives. It was like the sun shined on us for the first time of our entire lives. We knew it right then and there. We didn't want to be wrestlers anymore. We didn't want to be fucking thieves, thugs, or gangsters. We wanted to be rappers, and we wanted it for real. And once we made that decision, and once Alex was on board, once Joey, John, and I were all on board, it was like fucking catching the Holy Ghost. We knew it. We wanted to be rappers. Failure was not an option. It was like our calling. It was like the key fucking finally unlocked the master bolt, and we knew what we wanted to be. Every question was finally answered. We knew what we had to do. We knew our purpose. We knew our calling. We were going to be the inner city posse for real. We're now going to take a little break in the story to cover a very important subject, known as thieving and plucking. Plucking was the main word, plucking shit. That's a fresh word for thieving too. Pluck a candy bar, pluck a pair of shoes, pluck some batteries. You know what I'm saying? Pluck some shit. 1 minute it's there in the store, next minute it's up under your coat. You plucked it. Who better to learn from the master of tactics himself, Shaggy 2 Dope. So written in his own words, in 3 different sections placed throughout the book, is his own thief tactic handbook that he likes to call the Shaggy 2 Dope Guide to Crime, Volume 1, Ninjas in Action. But of course, this is an audiobook, so here's the man himself, Shaggy Shags, the man with the extra long wang. I've been told, Shaggy 2 Dope.
Thank you, Jay, especially for the compliment on the meat piece. But I'm gonna jump right into it here. Here we go. Nathan Mack and I could never hold down jobs. It was just too whack working, know what I'm saying? First time I ever stole, I got caught. I was at Crowley's department store and I did the oldest tactic in the book. I brought fucking 2 pairs of shorts into the dressing room and I came out with 1. For some odd fucking reason, I have no idea to this day, I had an 8-inch knife in the inside pocket of my jacket with no cover on it or nothing. So when they busted me, they found it and they were all like fearing for their lives and shit. Like I was gonna fucking stab them or something. That wasn't the case. Because I was only 14 or something, my mom had to come pick me up from jail and that was it. Nowadays, I'd have cut everybody in half. We wouldn't just steal shit to steal. Actually, we would, but mainly we'd steal shit to get paid off it. Damn, there's so many fucking tactics to stealing. That was the easiest fucking thing ever. Nobody steals books from fucking B. Dalton and places like that. The whole trick is if you get too greedy and you try to go to malls and stealing in them bookstores, you get caught every time. Mall security's too thick. If you go to the stores in the mall parking lots or the freestanding bookstores, those are the easiest fucking targets in the world. You can get paid stealing fucking books, especially if you don't like to work like I didn't, you know? It's so easy, it's impossible to get fucking caught. It's always some old fucking lady or some fucking high school kid working behind the counter or some fucking feeble ass lady who ain't gonna do shit anyways. She ain't gonna chase you. She's just gonna scream her old ass head off. The best time to do it is in the winter, cause that way you got a big ass jacket on. You go in there, you find the biggest, fattest fucking book you can. Open it up to the inside page, the last page, whatever. It's got the price in it, how much the book costs. So you look for like a $300 ninja book, one of those big fucking ninja fat ass ones. Not like this book though. Make sure it ain't a book about some stupid band or whatever, cause those books ain't worth shit. Find one of the $400 books about ancient quasars and how to defuse them or something. Wear some loose pants, stick the fat fucking book down the front of your fucking pants, and suck your stomach in as hard as you can so you can't even tell it's in there. Your shirt and jacket should go straight down over it. To hold it there, if your belt ain't doing the job, grab a handful of change and just cup your arm over and hold on to it. When you walk out, you just act like you're counting your change. When you're in the car on the way to the used bookstore to fucking sell it, you just crinkle up a couple of the pages. You know, just throw it on the floor a couple times, cause if it looks too new, they won't buy it. Truth is, they know you fucking stole it. You know, they're thinking, what the fuck is this 14-year-old thug kid doing with the fucking prehistoric equations limited edition hardcover? Even though they pretty much already know you plucked it an hour ago, you still gotta rough it up a little bit. You fucking bring a $300 book into a bookstore, you get like $50 for it, which is the shit. Yeah, they're gonna sell it for like $200, but so what? 50 bones is straight as hell. We used to get super paid off books, but then, you know, everything gets played out after a while. Boy meets girl. I'm sure this tactic is probably used by many a young thug today because it's very fucking easy and very effective. Your homie meets a girl somewhere. He gives her a fake name from the start. Now when you're younger, of course, you're not allowed over the girl's house unless her mom's gone for the night. So on a good night or a good school skipping day when her mom or dad are at work, you bring your whole fucking crew over. When you're in her bedroom fucking her or whatever, your road dogs just fucking loot the joint. Man, you just fucking take everything. Put the DVD players outside the fucking windows. You gotta keep the TVs and shit in there because she'll notice them gone right away. But the DVDs, take those, mad easy. Go into her parents' room, steal all the jewelry, fucking whatever of value. We'd even steal the shit out of their cupboards, cookies and fucking chocolate milk and shit, you know, frozen pizzas, anything. We would just strip the whole fucking house. Once you get that chick in her room, you gotta rap to her a while before you start fucking, right? At least 10 or 15 minutes, which gives your homies plenty of time to load the car full of shit, you know? Plus, sometimes the bitch would be drunk by the time she came out the room or whatever, so she wouldn't even notice anyway. This is so fresh. We were at this bitch's house pulling that tactic once and we ordered a pizza. When the guy got there, we paid for the pizza with a necklace we stole out that bitch's mom's room. Pretty fucking fresh, huh? Come on, it's that easy. And if you feel like getting some brews or whatever, it's this easy. Check it out. You walk into the store, 5 people deep, you grab some cases and you run out. It's called a case run. Make sure it's a suburban store though. Them inner city stores will bust rounds at your ass.
Chapter 8, Paying Dues. We booked our first real studio time at this place called Miller MIDI Productions. 45 fucking bucks an hour, which is crazy. That place sounded absolutely fucking insane to me. I remember the first time I heard 45 bucks an hour, I thought that better come with a pickle buff and a free fucking dinner. We went in there though, it was me, Joey, Alex, Rudy, and Lacey. The whole fucking army went in there just to book the studio. It was so quiet in there you could hear a pin drop. Then this guy came out, this long-haired composer dude with John Lennon glasses, looking like he played in a symphony. He was super skinny, super frail, and super quiet. "How are you guys doing?" he asked. "I'm Chuck Miller. Looking to record some music, eh?" He looked like a music guy. He sounded like a music guy. We quickly renamed him Snake Miller. We all just looked around the studio, the first recording studio we'd ever stepped foot in. We were like, whoa! The walls were covered in foam. The keyboards were everywhere. Alex was like, He was just as overwhelmed as us. He had to assume his new management role though. I started to talk, but Alex stepped in front of me. Yeah, he began, trying to use his deep voice. "We're interested in reserving some studio equipment time." He didn't know what the fuck he was saying, but I loved him for it because he was trying. "Okay," Chuck said. "What kind of music do you do?" "Well, basically," Alex began slowly, "we're a blend of hip-hop and rap." "What's the fucking difference? We're really open to anything." "So you're looking for 808 drum beats?" Chuck asked. Alex had no idea what he meant. "What would the cost be of that?" Alex asked. "Like an 808 beat is gonna cost more than a 707 or some shit?" "No, I'm saying that's the kind of stuff you're Here, let me play you some examples. Chuck knew he had some suckers on his hands, so he took us all into the studio room and played us some tapes. It was none other than one of Joey and I's favorite local rap songs, Merciless Amir, A Day Without a Rhyme.
A day without a rhyme.
Without a strong rhyme to step to.
Step into my world, let the lyrics lead the way. It's a place of escape that deviates from the everyday. A resort of a sort, it's for your mind though, so you relax and max. And me, I let the rhyme flow.
Check it out on YouTube, it's fucking awesome. Merciless Amir, A Day Without a Rhyme. It's also the only song Merciless Amir ever recorded back then, and he blew up off it all over Detroit, but you never heard a peep from him again until like 2011, he put out an album, and it was like a Space Odyssey album or some shit. Nobody understood what the fuck was going on. But anyway, back to the story. Merciless Amir recorded here, I asked? We were fucking ecstatic. I don't think Chuck Miller even remembered who the fuck Merciless Amir was. But when you're young and green, everything is so much more exciting. In our eyes, Merciless Amir was like a multi-platinum superstar. If he recorded at Miller Midi Productions, woohoo, boy! Alex reserved 3 hours at the $45 an hour and put the big ass 135 down. We felt the ground shake when Alex put that money on the counter. Snake Miller was unimpressed. How many songs do you think we'll be able to get done with this? Alex asked. This was absolutely the most naive question you could ask. Some bands take weeks just to get a drum to sound right. So Chuck knew we didn't know a damn thing about recording. At least he answered honestly, I don't know. We might just get the music set up. Alex wasn't really assured by that. Look, I told him, let's just wait until we have a session. Then we'll know how much each hour's worth. As we'd soon learn, they weren't worth fucking much. Out in the parking lot, all of us being naive nerds, we were straight tripping out because Merciless Amir had recorded there. I was like, dog, we should give him a shout out on our song. Like, what's up, Merciless Amir? Joey said, yeah, it's like now we're part of Merciless Amir's crew. We were geeked as hell. On our very first day officially recording as ICP, John, Joey, me, and Alex all filed into the cramped control room behind Chuck Miller's Star Trek-sized console. We were thinking it was gonna be a free-for-all. We had been coming up with all these ideas for songs for a whole week. We were high as hell to be there, when all of a sudden Joey leaned back in his chair. Creak. Chuck Miller spun around in his little chair and yelled, hey, stop squeaking. We were like, whoa. After that, we were just mad silent and mad scared. We sat in there just like it was school detention. Meanwhile, old Snake was finding us drum sounds, one by one. No breakbeat records, no instrumental records, just singular drum sounds. I want you to know that almost nobody, no rap albums are ever made by sampling each separate drum sound, one by one. Cack, 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 cack. He tapped the snare drum sound out on his keyboard. Tell me when you like something, he kept saying and kept cacking. Cack, cuck, cuck, cuck. Like I could tell the fucking difference between a cack and a fucking cuck. That one, I said. What did I fucking know? I just knew this was costing us a fucking fortune to hear cack, cuck, cack, and get yelled at for squeaking chairs. That one, he asked? Cack. You sure that's the one you want? You sure you don't like cuck? Nope, we like the first one, cack. Okay, then let's move on now, he said. Well then, do you want some claps? Yeah, sure. What's a clap, I asked. Well, here, let's find some claps then. I'll load them up. He turned around in his chair, adjusting his little spectacles. Now, are you looking for a high-pitched clap or a low-pitched clap? Dog, I wanted to fucking rap. I don't fucking have a fucking clue what the fuck he's talking about. Every sound, I mean, everything, he'd take another 20 fucking minutes to load up all the samples on his keyboard. Then he'd turn around with his little spectacles and say, well, let's find some more sounds then. Meanwhile, Alex was out cold. Everyone else was just snoring. Our record session had turned into just me and Joey and this guy finding some sounds. Cack, cuck, snap, clap. Low pitch, of course. It wasn't as clear to us then, but looking back on all this now, I realized Chuck the Snake Miller was sticking a 9-foot fucking dick with John Lennon spectacles on it right up our anus. When we left that first 3-hour session, all I had was a tape with boom, boom, shh, cack, boom, boom, shh, cack on it for 5 minutes. That was our 135. That was what our $135 got us. Oh, but they were crystal clear sounding at least. ICP fans, juggalos out there, let this be known. Those singular drum sounds we spent hours and hours getting one by one would eventually become the music for our very first song we ever did in a real studio. It became none other than the song Ghetto Zone.
Valente serving ghetto hard street shit. You know it's potent when the funky ass beat hit. Rolling the dice and we's hitting point. ICP. Out of Southwest Detroit, running with a gang of 20 street hoods. Lookers on my back cause I'm selling them cheap goods. Looking through the motherfucking alleyway. They can't catch violent crazy ass psychopath J, but I guess I wasn't so crazy this time. Now I'm chilling in the back of car 49. Yeah, that's where I'm gripping that metal. They put a man on the move but can't do shit for the ghetto.
Recording this way wound up taking every dime Alex had. By the time we finished our 4 songs, after about 80 hours of Chuck helping us find some sounds, we still needed $1,000 to press them up on cassette. Despite going so much over budget, Alex loved the record, and somehow he came up with the extra grand. Alex had heart from the very first day in his basement. We named the 4-song EP Dog Beats, and we wanted to do a full-color cover. I remember having crazy dreams of a clown running around through Delray. I remember telling Joey and John about it in Alex's basement. I took this as a sign. For our cover, I wanted a colorful clown swinging on a rope or something, placed in the middle of a dingy-ass ghetto. Rudy showed us this perfect place in Downriver in Delray, where there was a rope hanging from a tree with all these factories behind it. We called a friend of ours named Don because he had a little bit of muscle on him, and we paid him to look like a crazy-ass clown. How he got that little bit of muscle, I have no idea, because Don was the poorest person we'd ever known. His dad would make him sweep the parking lot up at Little Caesars so they'd give him a free order of crazy bread. He'd take it home, and the fucking cats would run up his leg. I never saw anything like it in my fucking life. 20 fucking cats in that fucking house would run up his legs and just fight and rip that crazy bread right out of his fucking hands. They were starving. One time on the way to Don's house, John was eating a ham sandwich. He had a little piece of crust with ham left in it when we got there, so he just threw it on the sidewalk. Brother, Don and his dog Thumper looked at each other like that little ham crust was a gold medal, and they both bolted for it. Thumper beat Don to it by half a millisecond, but Don started wrestling Thumper, trying to get it out of his mouth. They were both hungry as fuck. Don was cool as fuck, and I still love this kid to this day. I've lost touch with him over the years, but man, that kid was responsible for a lot of good times when we were young. I hope he's doing okay. We added Don to the group back then as the mascot kind of guy. We kind of figured our group would be like this. John, Joey, and I would rap, and Don would be our Flavor Flav guy. He would be a clown and run around doing flips, cause Don could do a frontward handspring and cartwheels and all kind of shit like that. He could move. How you think he got that sandwich crust away from that damn dog? So we shot the cover of Dog Beats with Don hanging off the rope in Delray with the factories behind him. The idea was to put our logo on it, which was a jester holding the ICP letters like a puppeteer. We also needed to make a flyer to promote the record. We didn't want a cheap looking flyer like all the other local bands in Detroit. We wanted a professional flyer with real typesetting. Mind you, this was way before we had truly discovered the powers of Kinko's and the powers of copy machines and computers and all that. So Alex got a hold of the old phone book, and we found us a graphic artist guy in Royal Oak. We brought him this picture of us chillin'. In the shot, I was standing there with a stick, Why? Because we needed a prop. Joey was on one side of me, and he had this Kid Rock high top fade thing going from back then, looking like he was 10 years old. On my other side was John. He didn't look anything like a rapper at all, more like Dylan from 90210. That was always the problem with us. Joey and I always told him to get a more fucking radical look somehow. But I guess he loved his lame girlfriend too much to fuck up his pretty looks. So we went to this artist guy in Royal Oak with our idea. In big bold letters it would read ICP with Southwest Detroit right under it. Simple enough. So you want ICP to be bigger than Southwest Detroit? Yeah, we wanted to say ICP and then in small letters underneath it, Southwest Detroit.
Well, you know there's gonna be an enlargement fee then.
An enlargement fee?
Yes, I have to charge you 50 cents each time it gets bigger than one standard type.
Okay, whatever. Then we told him we wanted the explicit lyrics warning box to be in a black box with right writing. You guessed it. He asked,
are you willing to pay the $10 color reverse fee?
Every fucking thing we wanted, he charged these fees. Now, anybody who knows anything about computer graphics or whatever knows all that shit is just a click of a fucking button. But I can't believe how bad he fucked us. Him and Chuck Miller must have been high-fiving each other from the killing they made off us. Fucking devils. We'll see them in hell for sheezy. We just didn't know any better, and frankly, we were so fucking into it, we wouldn't have let that shit stop us any damn way. We even drove Alex's beat-up Cadillac all the way down to Cincinnati to make sure the Dog Beats cover was printed perfectly by the cassette manufacturers. We weren't done yet, oh no. I know I may be boring you, and you may be thinking, geez, man, how dumb could these ninjas be? We're the motherfucking millionaires now from all this shit, cause it paid off. So listen already. I refuse just to talk about happy parts of ICP. Instead, I'd rather dump it all on you. The good, the bad, even the stale struggles we went through. We had to get the flyers and posters printed up to advertise, and of course we were fucking broke. We went back to Kinko's. In fact, every Kinko's in the Detroit area. Only this time, we stole the copy keys so we could make as many copies as we wanted. When they caught on to us stealing the copy keys, we stole the machine that you reset the keys on. When they caught on to that, we started going out with fat ugly bitches who worked at Kinko's just for the free flyers and other hookups. The fattest, ugliest chicks too. If it was your turn, you had to go and kick it with her so she would give you free posters because they cost a lot to enlarge. I wound up going out with ugly bitches who worked at Kinko's in cities I'd never heard of. It was kind of just like Shaggy's boy meets girl thief tactic, only free flyers were the score. When we had the cassettes done, the flyers printed, and those ugly bitches waved goodbye to us as we dropped their fat asses back off at Kinko's, we had to get Dog Beats out to the world. We drove to every single city with a record store within 100-mile radius of Detroit, and we went to the Denny's or whatever the fuck local restaurant there was there. Then we stole the local phone book so we could write down a list of every record store nearby that would possibly sell Dog Beats. We weren't just gonna come out with a tape like all the other rap tapes that I collected. We weren't just gonna be available at some few stores like other local rappers. We were gonna be available everywhere, every fucking where, in every fucking store possible. I still wonder what the fuck these other local bands were thinking. Why they'd always put their CDs and shit in only 1 or 2 stores. Do they really think that's all it's gonna take to make it? What the hell is everybody thinking about? From day one, we wanted our shit to be available everywhere. We didn't know what a distributor was back then. We just knew about consignment from our experience with Alex's store, where the store sells your tape and takes a cut. And then you come to collect the loot and drop off more product. That's how consignment works. We knew that eventually our first release was going to be available everywhere we could possibly get it. Everybody was going to know about it. We flyered all over. You have to understand, this is before street teams and all the other promotional tactics we use nowadays. We flyered everywhere. I mean, we covered the city. hours and hours and hours. We went to all the local clubs like St. Andrews Hall, the Shelter, Todd's, the Ritz, bowling alleys, movie theaters, everything. When Rudy got on the bus, he'd even tape our flyers to the seats. We were everywhere, hitting the same places over and over again. Time out. Let me just say something. Anybody in any kind of up-and-coming band should fucking seriously take note at this point. If you ever wonder how we made it, it was simple. We never even considered failing. This is very important to me because looking back, I noticed that I failed to really stress a very important point. The point is this. On that night in Alex's basement, when we all first agreed to do this whole rap thing for real, I don't know how or why, but failure was not an option. From that night on, our lives changed 180 degrees. It was almost like you're a thug lost in your day-to-day thug life when suddenly you catch the Holy Ghost. Everything changes. Nothing at all is the same. That's what happened to us. From day one, we completely were obsessed with success. Nothing would stop us. We came bursting through the gates of the local band scene, and strictly through hard-ass work, we surpassed all of them lazy fucks within just days. It was like finally busting a nut after 20 years of jacking off. I finally had a purpose now. I was sure of this. No doubts at all. I never once doubted us. Not one time. Failure was never an option for ICP. From the day we decided we were gonna do this band thing for real, I can't stress enough that failure was never an option. We knew in our hearts and soul we had to succeed. People, just know this, words alone could never explain the magical drive we had in our hearts from that day we left Alex's basement until now. It's pure and powerful magic. Don the Clown Guy was poor. You heard about that. Way back in the 8th grade, he introduced me to the Dale brothers, Billy and Chucky and Dougie. They were poor as hell too. The whole family delivered newspapers to make ends meet. They are to this day one of the strongest and most loving families I have ever known. I didn't know them very much back in the day. I just knew Billy and his brothers liked to wrestle and all that. I always thought they were cool ninjas, but I never thought anything much beyond that. Today, Billy Bill is the Don of Psychopathic Records. He's the CEO. Back then, he was just a cool-ass ninja who we really started to hang with right around the Dog Beats era. Billy knew all the neighborhoods really well from his massive paper route that he did every night. He knew where mad record stores were at. Billy, for some unknown reason, suddenly decided to join us in our effort to make it in music. He worked his ass off with us, with no pay at all. Billy was helping us chase our own dream. That was just the kind of ninja Billy is, though. To understand Billy, you would have to know his father, Willis, God rest his soul. Willis raised a family that somehow consisted of all people who care and who are completely willing to bust ass just for a friend. That has been Billy's way for as long as I've known him. It's the same way with Billy's two younger brothers, Chucky and Dougie. All three helped plant the seeds of Psychopathic, and I'm talking years before any money, any girls, any tours or shows, or anything fun was anywhere in sight. One day Billy and I were out promoting. That's what we always called it, promoting. I'd say 1/3 of my life has been spent promoting. Anyway, Billy and I were driving through Southwest Detroit promoting, just handing out Dog Beats cassettes for free, and I had Billy pull up to this black kid walking down the street. "Hey man, do you listen to rap music?" I asked. He stopped and just stared at me like I was gonna mug him or something. "No," he answered nervously. "Oh, all right," I said, still determined. "Well, in case you know somebody who does, give them this tape." I threw the tape out onto the grass next to the kid and we drove away. And that's when all of a sudden, pop, 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 shh, Billy's back window blew out. We ducked down and then looked back. The kid had pulled out a gat and was shooting at us. Pop, pop. He put 2 bullet holes in the back of Billy's car before we could get away. 2 white kids pulling up to a black kid walking down the street in Detroit asking, "Do you like rap music?" I guess he figured we were trying to fuck with him or something. We didn't care. We weren't even thinking about that lame shit like that. We just took the bump. Brother, flying in Detroit, there was plenty more bumps to be taken. One time I was flying Harpo's, which is this heavy metal club in one of the worst neighborhoods of Detroit. A singer from a local rock band had even been killed outside the club during a carjacking a few weeks earlier. But there were still shows going on there, so while Karen, my girlfriend at the time, waited, terrified in her fresh Cavalier, I hit up every car in the parking lot with a Dog Beats flyer, available at wherever the stores listed on it were. Then this big security guard came up to me.
Hey, you can't put flyers in this parking lot unless they're for a show that's happening here,
He said. Oh, alright, I'm sorry. I was cool about it. He wasn't.
Go back and take them off all the cars,
He said. So I went back and took every flyer off every car. As I was leaving to get back in Karen's car, the guard called me over.
Let me see what you got there anyway.
I walked over there. I'm in ICP, we're a rap group. Boom! Out of nowhere, he blew my fucking grill out and broke my nose. My nose is still fucking crooked from the blast. Look in any photo of me and you can see it's crooked. I have no idea why that guy punched me in the fucking nose so fucking hard. All I remember was my eyes watering up as I fell to the ground before I lost consciousness. I started feeling the ground around me for a bottle or anything I could stab his ass with. When I woke up, Karen was screaming and crying, trying to drag me back into the car. Remember I told you about that kid in Oak Park who I punched in the chest even though the principal was right there close by us? It's that element of surprise. Getting knocked out of nowhere by this guy made me believe in that element of ruthless surprise even more. I would have never guessed that was coming. Even today, I think it was just another lesson from the beyond trying to teach me. Be ready for sporadic insanity from other people at all times. As I stated before, we wanted Dog Beats to be available everywhere. People wouldn't expect a local rap group to have their shit sold in the bootleg tape counter of gas stations. We just give the gas stations our tape and let them keep the money, just so it would be available there. We drive up and down Gratiot Avenue on the east side and Telegraph on the west side, handing out our tapes. They didn't have to like it, they just had to know who we were. Just remember the name, ICP. We even went to the most ruthless rundown ghetto stores in Detroit. Places where it's half a chicken store and half a record store. They'd sell bootleg tapes in one of those spindle things that turned, and we would put our shit in there. We never even expected to be paid, which was good, because you can best believe not one of those ghetto stores ever paid us for our shit. We tried at times to go back and get paid, but they always had an excuse. The owner ain't here. So if they're reading this, I want my fucking $20, and let me get an order of them barbecue wings with it. You may be thinking we went a little overboard. Let me tell you from the start. From Dog Beats on, we were better than any local band out there. Of course, it was Detroit, and there wasn't much coming out at the time, even though we were trying harder, putting our shit in more stores than any other band. We give our shit away by the megaton truckloads just to get it out. After we sold our first 1,000 tapes, we took the money we made and ordered another 1,000. We didn't keep one penny to ourselves. Every fucking dime went right back into ICP. It was fucking unreal. Now I know that there have to be some up and coming rappers or band members out there hearing this and thinking,
Yeah, all that promoting sounds familiar. We do the same thing.
well, no you don't. You wish you did the same thing. Fuck you. Each one of us, from Billy to John to Joey to Alex, we promoted 26 times harder than your whole band has ever worked. Combined. Believe that. I could fill up 250 books just like this one with nothing but tales and stories of the endless promoting we did during the early years of ICPs. Holidays, birthdays, sleepless weeks and months, on and on for years. So take your little stickers and flyers and suck my dick. I was proud as fuck to promote. I was a fan of Inner City Posse. I even sent a bunch of Dog Beats cassettes to my wrestling homies, Rob Van Dam and Sabu. Sabu Sabu was off wrestling in Japan with his uncle, the Sheik, and doing other serious wrestling shit, so we never really kept in touch at all. But Rob Van Dam were down as fuck, and are still down as fuck. He was wrestling in a down south promotion called the USWA, I think. He was steadily climbing the wrestling ladder up and up and up, and I had suddenly switched tracks. I thought he might start to look at me as another one of them bums in the dressing room with no heart for anything. Nope. He loved it though. He loved ICP. He was one of the main people who were actually down with the music, and not just because he was my boy trying to be cool. He would inspire us. He would tell me, Joe, man, you have a shot at something big. Fuck wrestling. It just might not be right for you. This rapping thing though, man, this fucking tape is good as hell. I already knew that though. I knew wrestling wasn't for me. Rapping was. If I was ever gonna sell 1 million copies, I would probably have to promote it to 10 million people. So let's get started. Alex had gotten a call at the record store from this kid up in Big Rapids, Michigan, who was putting on a show at a college there.
Yeah, we want to book ICP for this concert. It's like we're having this jam in one of the college dorms, you know? Just come on down and bring your tape and we'll pop your tape in and you can rap right over it, you know?
We were in fucking disbelief. We were so fucking happy. A concert in Big Rapids? Nobody had ever even heard of Big Rapids, but it didn't matter. We were like, yes! There was another local rapper on the bill called Triplex, whose tape I'd collected, so we were geeked as fuck. We loved Triplex.
Motherfucker, thought you could relax until Triplex was put on the dope track. From hood to hood, I ran loose like a killer. A plus pillar, it's time I freak out.
As luck, or more to the point, Michigan weather would have it, the day of the show, there was a blizzard. Bro, a fucking glacier on the highway wouldn't have stopped us. We got in Alex's old Cadillac and started driving through that blizzard. The heat was broken and our feet were frozen together like one big block of ice, and it was snowing so hard we couldn't even see the fucking road. This was just as well because a tire fell off a truck and smashed Alex's windshield. Boom! But we refused to stop going. Fuck that. We got a concert to do, I said. The window was cracked open and it was blowing snow and whistling cold air on our faces, but we didn't stop. Finally, the road got so bad that the car kept spinning out of control. We stopped at a rest area until the snow let up a little. I asked this truck driver, how close are we to Big Rapids? He went over there to the You Are Here man. Detroit is here, you are here, about 4 inches apart, and Big Rapids is here, another foot to go. Wow. We stood there looking at Alex's cracked windshield, or what you could see of it through the snow. Alex, John, Joey, Rudy, Billy, Don, and I staring into the blizzard. We got back into that caddy and decided to keep going. Right now, people are piling into the concert, I said. As we fishtailed back onto the freeway, I could see it. This huge college dorm arena with thousands of kids screaming, ICP, ICP. We couldn't let them down. Of course we had to keep going. Finally, it stopped snowing. We were alone on the road. Everybody else, I guess, had the good sense to stay home. It was so cold in that car, penguins had passed out. We had no idea how long it took us to get there, but we finally fucking made it. We fucking somehow found the college dorm. We flagged down a kid. Where's the concert at? What are you talking about? He asked. Alex looked at our directions. Hall C, that's where we're supposed to be. Where's Hall C at? I asked. He led us to a door. We got out of that caddy, all 7 of us, bounded up to that door and charged in. Hello, Big Rapids! To our surprise, we found ourselves in a room with no stage, no concert lights, no anything. Just about 30 ninjas listening to the radio, all standing around talking. What the fuck? Where's Triplex? I asked. Oh, he never showed, some kid said. You guys are the only ones who showed. Well, do you have any microphones? No. Is there a dressing room or something? No. It didn't matter. We used the bathroom. Don put on all the face paint, the wig, and had the shiny cane and everything. We put on our hoods. Alex went out to the non-stage to announce us. All right, listen, everybody, he said, turning the radio off. All you guys stand right here and pretend there's a line here. This is where they're gonna perform. He looked like a damn mime outlining our imaginary stage. Then he hit play on our cassette deck and the intro of Dog Beat started rolling.
They got Uzis. They got shotguns. They got explosives. They got access to any kind of weapon they want within 24 hours. We got over 50,000 gangbangers out there.
We burst out of the bathroom in our hoods, and Don started doing his flips and handstands, and we started rapping. All we saw were 30 pairs of blank eyes looking at us like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody even nodded. We did Ghetto Zone, we did Wizard of the Hood, and then we just stopped. We're Inner City Posse, y'all. Peace. Nobody applauded. Nobody said anything. It was dead. Crickets. Then somebody turned the radio back on, and that was it. Don was in the bathroom wiping off his makeup, and we were just in there depressed out of our fucking minds. Don broke the silence. Dog, I felt so stupid doing cartwheels and shit, and you guys are just rapping. I ain't doing this anymore, man. I'm out. We couldn't blame him. All of a sudden, this kid who booked us came into the bathroom and introduced himself.
You guys are ICP?
Yeah?
Man, the show was like 3 hours ago.
You said it was in Hall C, Alex said.
No. We were in Auditorium C. You guys fucked up.
Well, I said, trying to save face, we just did a couple songs out there. He looked at us, then took a step into the hall. It was fully lit up. 30 kids were listening to the radio. There were no bands, not even a DJ. It was like a study hall, whatever the hell that is.
You did songs out there?
He asked. The kids started laughing.
Oh man, the show was at 10 o'clock in the auditorium. It was off the hook. Now it's like 2 in the morning, man. You guys just played out there? What did you guys do in there?
We just played our tape, you know, and we just rapped along with it. By now, the kid doubled over laughing, busting on us.
That's the fucking cafeteria, man. Them people are just chilling. Them ain't concert goers. They're just students,
he explained. I wanted to kill him. We drove through that fucking blizzard. We survived bouncing tires and wipeouts and the You Are Here map. I was pissed. Alex knew it. Look, we came all this way. The kid just stopped us.
I ain't even gonna front, bro. I forgot you guys were even coming. So here's $40 for gas money.
In the middle of the night, we climbed back into Alex's Cadillac and drove all the way back through the fucking snow. Nobody hardly said anything. We got home at about 11 the next morning. That was our first concert. I hate college. Fuck college. Yo, let me just say this once again. That may have been it for Don, but for the rest of us, that wasn't even close to slowing us down. Karma was still at an all-time high. On the home front, we weren't having much luck either. There was this radio show on Saturday nights on the station 96.3 FM. The hosts were named Reggie Hot Mix and Ron P. They had this contest called Who's the Wildest, Livest Kid in Detroit? Whoever won their stupid late night radio contest got to come down to the station. So I was calling that motherfucker religiously trying to get through. Finally they answered.
Woo! What's up, ninjas? My name is Jay, and I'm so live you can see me hanging out of your speakers right now.
Reggie Hot Mix asked me, how far are you from the station? I told him,
look out your window. You can see me on Grand Boulevard. You see that white house on the left? See me waving in the window? That's me, I'm right there.
I was just saying whatever to sound funny, but they were having it. All right, come on down. You're definitely the livest kid in Detroit. So I snatched my Dog Beats tape and raced down to the station in Karen's Cavalier at fucking 3 in the morning. Of course, I was such a hound dog. The first thing out of my mouth was, please, please play our tape. Please play our tape. Oh, you're a rapper too, huh? Well, let's get you on the air and talk about how you're the livest kid in Detroit first, okay, bro? As soon as we were live on the air, the first thing out of my mouth was, yo, this is Jay. I'm the livest kid in Detroit. And get ready, y'all. Ron P and Reggie Hot Mix are about to premiere ICP song, Dog Beats. That's all I could say. They just stared at me pissed off. At the commercial break, they promptly had me kicked out of the station. After that, we'd call Reggie and Ron all night long about playing our tape. Finally, after months, They played dog beats one night at 3 in the morning, right when the show was going off the air, probably just to get us to stop bugging them. I remember it so clearly. We were all sitting in the dark up in Joey's bedroom, waiting and listening for hours, just like we did every weekend. Every song that came on wasn't ours. It hurt worse more and more. Finally, they played 2 minutes of dog beats.
In the city posse got the dog beats. ICP, we got the dog beats.
No, you don't stop with the funk from the old days. Starting out in your head as the beat plays. Yo, the ICP has got the dog beats. In the city posse and we playing for keeps. And I know that you're liking this funk, cause I can hear my voice coming out the trunk of your ride. Don't take me for a sucker. You'll leave it unattended, I'ma take the mother. Q to the D to the O-P-E. Hitting 03 with the ICP. I like bass, treble on the 10th stuff. Throw a kick it in the back of a scepter bus with that 40-0 or that strong bull. Shooting craps in the back of the liquor store and I'm hitting. And we'll keep it at that. You all joke, now too dope for that.
Man, we thought we had a platinum hit at that point. I remember I was mad about one thing though. The volume of dog beats was so much lower than all the other songs they were playing. What could we do? Why was dog beats so low? It was cause it was only on a cassette. We moved on to a more professional angle. Alex went to WJLB, which is still one of the biggest rap and R&B stations in the country, if not the biggest. Alex made an appointment with the program director, Captain Chris McClellan. He met Alex in the lobby very cordially. Come on in my office. Sure, come on. He closed the door. What can I do for you, Alex? Alex started his pitch. I got these guys. They're from Detroit. They're local. They're the shit. This is their single, man. This is Dog Beats. He gave it to him on a thick vinyl record that we had pressed up especially for him. All right, let's listen to it together, the radio guy said. He picked up on the P-Funk sample right away. Oh, George Clinton. Cool, cool, very cool. Wow. Oh, wow, this ain't bad. Hey, do you have a photo of these guys or something? Alex pulled out the Dog Beats flyer with me with the stick and Joey with the high top fade and handed it to him. His face froze. Oh, they're white kids. Oh, okay. Well, we'll call you. That was it. Boom. The door behind him. Maybe instead of getting it to the people who could put it on the radio, we should get our music to the people who were on the radio. One night we heard Reggie and Ron hyping their show. Yo, we got Esham coming down to the studio. Now, Esham was like a superstar to us. He rapped about satanic shit and had like 2 full albums out. He was just the most evil, pure Detroit rapper there was, and he was selling thousands and thousands of albums all on his own. They were getting paid. To us, Esham was larger than life, untouchable, almost even more than the stars on MTV and the radio. The weirdest thing about Esham, though, was even though I collected all the Detroit rap I could ever find, by the time I ever heard and finally discovered Esham, he already had 2 full-length albums and 3 EPs out. I had somehow missed him all that time. I never even knew he existed. So Joey and I raced down to the station to try to meet Esham and his crew. We ran up to Esham and his manager in the lobby, and I hopped right on their dicks. You guys have built an empire, man. You guys are everywhere, I said. Empire, Esham's manager, James, who was also his brother, said. Yeah, I like that word. We're coming up, man. Look out for us, I said. Yeah, do your thing, man. Good luck, homie, Esham said. You got a tape or something? I gave him Dog Beats. Well, we need to get up to the station, James said. Man, you guys are the shit, I said. They were gone up the elevator, and we were geeked as hell over just meeting them ninjas. That was Esham, man, right there, dog. Hell yeah. I gave him a Dog Beats tape, too. Man, they had leather real-life production jackets on. That was the name of their label and everything. They had 3 other ninjas with them who handed us Esham flyers and all that. They were so professional and so fresh-looking with them leather jackets. We were in shock. I don't know what the movie 8 Mile was like, because I missed that motherfucker, so I can't say if it's really like real life or not. But as far as I know what the local rap scene was like in Detroit back in the day, I can tell you this. Freestyle battles and open mic poetry rhymers were never part of our scene. It was never part of our come up. It was all about the players who never waited to be discovered. It was all about people who were putting tapes out themselves. People who were pressing up their own music and putting in stores. Instead of waiting around to be discovered by somebody, they instead injected themselves straight the fuck up into the rap game, the very way Esham's crew did. We followed them same steps, and that's the only rap game I ever remember in Detroit. Real players themselves making real moves in the game, selling records themselves, proving they were able to sell records and not just freestyle battling in some open mic night fucking rap hall. I'm talking about real players who were putting their product in stores, trying to prove that they could sell themselves and be discovered that way, making money off the rap game, putting their shit in the stores, getting out there, not just freestyling, hoping some superstar fucking somehow miraculously discovers you. We didn't wait around for that shit. We were putting our product in stores like Esham and them, making money. Esham and them were driving new cars. We wanted that life. We wanted to fucking succeed on our own terms, building our own label. That's the Detroit rap scene I remember from back in the day. Real players. When Dog Beats came out, sometimes we'd hide up in this storage room at Alex's store, Hot Hits Records, and we'd listen to Alex try and pawn our tapes off to people. There was a nail hole in the wall, so we'd take turns watching Alex in action. Kids would come in and ask, "You got that new EPMD?" "Fuck EPMD, man," Alex would snap back. "You gotta check out this ICP.
IC who?
ICP Dog Beats. It's so fresh, man.
Nah, I want to get that new EPMD.
Man, I'm telling you, this ICP though, you gotta check this shit out. Alex just wouldn't let them go until they bought Dog Beats. That truth was, Dog Beats wasn't selling everywhere like we had hoped. We'd given away more than we sold altogether. We needed another plan. We called our 25th meeting in Alex's mom's basement, that same earwig-infested basement in the ghetto-ass part of Oak Park, right near where we used to live. Up until that night, all the meetings in Alex's basement were only about shit like, where are you gonna promote? And you got Karen's car to win? And alright, Alex has his own car, so you guys go way out to Toledo and promote out there, and I'll be back up to pick Karen up at work at 9 o'clock, blah blah blah. This meeting was different though. This was a big meeting of the minds. We started out talking about the Detroit music scene. At this point, we had never even tried to focus on the whole country. All we were focused on was the local scene because that's where we were, and also because that's all we could handle at this point. There were only two major local rappers making any noise in Detroit at this time. One of them was Kid Rock, who had his first album out called Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast. I had it in my collection, but I never really liked it because it wasn't really a local release that he put out himself like all the other local rap tapes I collected. Kid Rock's album, Shit Sandwiches, was a major national release put out by Jive Records. Plus, I wasn't much of a fan because I'd always thought he rapped kinda weak. I never liked that faggy sounding, bouncy, whining rap style that so many white rappers like the Beasties or Fred Durst often used. To me, it sounded like it should be called the weakling crybaby style. Kid Rock's record was getting old and he was starting to lose his local fame. Basically, he was starting to fall off, so to speak. 1990 was more or less his big year locally, I think. He was definitely a local star though, and he was on top of the world by far compared to us. Then there was this other Detroit big name rapper, Esham the Unholy. He was this wicked ass satanic sounding rapper who had everybody talking about him in his lyrics. Everybody. The stores, the fans, other rappers, everybody talked about Esham himself more than they did his music because the shit he said in his raps was so inconceivable. Esham was doing something pretty much brand fucking new in rap. He called his style acid rap. He was spitting what I call horror rap. Hardly anybody in Michigan had ever heard anything like that before when Esham first came out except us. We respected and jocked the fuck out of Esham, but we knew where his acid rap idea came from. Isham had gotten the whole horror, insanity, and rap idea from a couple of relatively unknown Ghetto Boys songs. They were the source for his horror wicked shit inspiration. Sure, the Ghetto Boys dabbled and played with the horror element, but Isham made it his own. He named it acid rap, aka the wicked shit.
Some more wicked shit. Some more wicked shit. Some more wicked shit. Some more wicked shit. Midnight's the witch's hour and you're outside. Somebody played a real life product tape and committed suicide. Trying to save the soul, it can't be done. A holy to the son of Satan, I ain't the one. Congratulations, brothers and sisters who prayed for me. Some slave for me, still pray for me. I made a rhyme, satanic, gonna make it vomit and I get I'm the shit. When it comes down to it, you knew it and know it. Satan's poet.
He gave it a life and a style. He dropped it solidly in pretty much every one of his songs. The Ghetto Boys were the first to do horror rap, as far as I know. And I've fucking done an investigation, and it turns out the first horror rap song ever recorded that I know of was recorded back in 1986, written by a rapper named Prince Johnny C, who at the time was in the Ghetto Boys, and the song was called Assassins. And we actually remade the song Assassins on the Jekyll Brothers album, which you'll hear about later. But the Ghetto Boys and Prince Johnny C were the first ever to do the horror rap style that I can ever conceive of, and I've launched a long investigation. But like I said, Isham made it his own. Even so, he never stole nothing. I'm sure it was a tough lyric here and a cuss word there in certain old school rap songs that gave NWA and Ice-T their ideas for gangster rap. Now it fucking works everywhere. Isham was the greatest shit ever to me. People, including me and my boys, were scared of Isham's tapes. I was scared to even touch them, and I'll tell you why. There were three things about Isham back then that seemed to bring the whole idea of him being crazy for real to life. Three things even the Ghetto Boys never had. Three things seemed to set him off for real. I believe the following are the three secret ingredients to what made Isham's crazy raps seem so believable to people. Reason number one, he was alone. Isham was a lone MC, and not with a posse or a crew of some type. He never gave out shout-outs of any type, or any special thanks in his credits, or any of that shit. Back then, every other local rapper knew another local rapper, and they gave each other shout-outs on their tapes. Rappers even used to put out tapes together, one side featuring this MC, and the other side featuring that MC, just to save money on pressing costs. Not Isham. He had full albums out, with full color, with nobody on them bitches, even in the credits. He never really had any other voices at all in his music either. It was always just him alone on everything. Plus, he made all his music and engineered all his shit alone, by himself, at his own studio. People didn't even know where he recorded. The simple fact that seemed so real about Isham in the game was that he was all by himself, and that maybe made people think he really was a satanic killer rapper. Satanic killers don't have pals, do they? Well, I guess they could, but not the scary ones at least. Number two, Isham's independence. Everybody knew who Isham was, and we all had his shit, yet he wasn't on a major record label. In fact, he put out all his shit by himself. It was him and his brother and whoever else they had in their mysterious real-life productions workshop located someplace in the city. This also made it all seem more believable, because what kind of major label would ever want to do business with an insane satanic rapper? None, right? Exactly. Thus explaining why Isham did everything himself. He pressed up his own CDs and tapes, put them in the stores, all of that by himself. Just seeing his devilish looking self-owned record company logo of a devil with a moon behind him made it all that much more believable and scary to people, especially me. Number 3, that other. Esham must have known that in order to shock people in rap, you couldn't just be another gangster rapper anymore. That had already been done 1,000 times already. You can't fuck a Hottie's Neddin from Upside Down on an album anymore either, because that too had been done 1,000,000 times. Even that unholiness had been fucked with in rock and roll many, many times. But never in rap, however. Never ever in rap. He went for the gusto. He added that untouchable, unfuckwittable element that nobody ever wants to even talk about. Not even the baddest of the bad guys want to be down with what Esham was talking about. The devil. Not in reverse, not coded, not anything but flat fucking out in plain English. He even called himself the Unholy. How scary is that word? The Unholy. And what kind of name is Esham? And put it together. Esham the Unholy. The satanic rapper. It was so scary and fucking real. Not all horror, though, is all about that shit. The original Ghetto Boys were the first ever to kick the wicked shit, as I said, with a song called Assassins. They were the absolute first ever to do horror raps with rhymes like this.
My father was a priest, cold-blooded, he's dead. Hypocrite, I caught him basing, so I shot him in the head. Put on the holy water, bless the dead is what I said. Then heard the demon screaming as his body bled.
After that, the Ghetto Boys patented horror rap again with their second album, Grip It, On the Other Level, with horrorcore songs like Mind of a Lunatic, Trigger Happy Nigga, and much, much more way back in 1990. Nonetheless, Esham took that style and really stretched it out into a whole new Detroit thing. We were fucking hip to that, and we were down with it. We looked up to him like a giant. We talked in Alex's mom's basement. Man, look at LA, for example. First came NWA and Ice-T. Then came Compton's Most Wanted, Above the Law, WC and the Mad Circle, and everything else in gangster rap, right? All these rappers are doing gangster rap in LA. Gangster rap is known worldwide as LA's style of rap. Well, what is Detroit's rap known for? The Unholy Esham. Then you got redneck-ass Kid Rock riding around in a tractor in his video. This is some crazy-ass cartoon shit. Maybe the reason nobody's buying dog beats is because we're just doing some of that same old gangster rap like everybody else. Man, we ain't from fucking LA. Why don't we just get brave and add this crazy Detroit sound? Like Esham, let's do what we're about. The wicked shit. Let's make Detroit the home of true horror shit. Only fuck that shit. We ain't gotta rap about no devil shit. We'll discover our own shit. More moons had gone by. Let's add our own sick humor too. Let's create something brand new. Look at Detroit's music scene. It's crazy. You got a redneck kid from 28 Mile Road and a devilish 666 rapper. This is fucking music for the mad. Let's tap into our creative side. Let's dig deep and find what pisses us off. Let's keep it real, y'all. According to most people, we ain't the shit. We're scrubs. We are and always have been broke as fuck, and we're known for it. We ain't tough gangsters. We've been getting fucked off our whole lives. We've been the scrubs, so we might as well try and rep it the same way. Let's rap about the shit that makes us want to become serial killers. Let's just let it all out, you know? Let's dig deep inside and pull out the stupid shit that makes us who we really are. And let's rap about it. Let's put our biggest fears and angers on tape. Everybody can relate to their own dark side. No matter where you're from, everybody was down. Then we all agreed our gangster-ass name, Inner City Posse, didn't really fit with where we were headed. All the real members of ICP, the gang, upped and quit after Dog Beats made a little waves anyway. Joey, John, and I all agreed to keep the ICP part. We felt we needed to still rep the letters ICP to let everybody out there always know that Inner City Posse's last 3 members never left and died out. We still are ICP, bitch. How about Ice Cold Pimps? How about Inner City Players? Inner City Psychos? Insane Crazy Psychos? We went through anything you could think of. Then I remembered the dream I kept having about the clown running around in Del Rey. I would still have those dreams every now and then, and this clown was becoming almost something real to me. In some dreams, he would be trying to talk to me, but I would only see his mouth moving with no sound coming out. Sometimes I would chase after the clown, but he was always too quick to catch. Then the name for ICP kind of popped into my head. As I was having these thoughts, and excitement began to build inside my stomach. I have it. Listen, I said. I got that Detroit shit. Everybody likes our clown guy, right? Everybody likes the clown on the cover of Dog Beats. Plus, our shit is gonna have tons of our own twisted humor mixed in, right? Clowns! We're scrubby-ass killer clowns! Then it hit me all at once. Let's all paint our faces like clowns and be the insane clown posse. Clowns who murder and kill people who deserve to be murdered and killed. Whoosh! Boom! The insane clown posse came about just like that. We have not exaggerated about anything, and we have fed you absolutely no lies. I wish this story was more interesting up until here, but that's it. That's the truth. That's exactly who I am. That's exactly where I came from. That is how I was raised. That is how we got started in music. And that is how we came up with our name. And that is how we came up with our style of rap. Just like that, y'all. We kicked around ideas. We wanted to fit in with what was popular in our own city, Detroit, Michigan. And what was popular was characters. It was almost like pro wrestling. Everybody had a character. Everybody had a gimmick. Esham came out in a coffin with 666 on his shirt. And Kid Rock came out in a fucking cowboy hat, chewing on straw, riding around in a fucking tractor. We wanted to fit in with what Detroit was known for. We were embracing Detroit's flavor because we are Detroit. We wanted to represent Detroit for what Detroit was becoming popular for. And the insane clown posse fit us like a glove. That's why we became the insane clown posse. So charismatic and charactered and gimmicked the fuck out. Because that's what Detroit was all about. Later, we learned in music that Detroit had always been about characters. Kiss wasn't from Detroit, but Detroit was one of the first cities Kiss ever really blew up in. They were playing clubs all across the country, but they were selling arenas out in Detroit. Imagine that. People loved Kiss for some reason in Detroit. Same thing with Alice Cooper, who fucking would come on stage with a fucking snake and some face paint around his eyes and all wicked style. You know, Alice Cooper did his own wicked horror rock and roll, and he blew up in Detroit first. That's why Kiss made Detroit Rock City, and that's why Alice Cooper always claimed Detroit as a second home. Because they blew up here first. Detroit has always been on some characteristic shit. It turns out, for years, Detroit has always embraced gimmick styles in music. And we fit right in. The Insane Clown Posse. The night of the Dark Carnival's arrival. That night, after our meeting, I went back to my apartment where I was living with Karen, excited as fuck about the whole thing. Karen was already asleep. I was just laying there listening to the electrifying Mojo, who was a fucking incredibly awesome Detroit DJ on an urban radio station who came on late at night and played whatever the fuck he wanted. He played a lot of Prince. He played a lot of Michael Jackson. But even on an urban R&B radio station, he wasn't afraid to play Led Zeppelin, Kiss, alternative music, punk rock, rap, all kinds of shit. The electrifying Mojo would talk between songs for a long time. He would say, when you're reaching the end of your rope, tie a knot and hang on and don't let go. And he would talk, and nobody had ever seen Mojo. Nobody knew what he looked like. He never appeared in any pictures or any ads. Nobody knew anything about who the electrifying Mojo really was. Here, take a listen to Mojo yourself.
Welcome to the Midnight Funk Association, the International Midnight Funk Association, with thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of members all over the metro. The International Midnight Funk Association. Ontario, Ohio, Michigan, and the world. For the next hour, absolutely the livest music on the planet Earth will be heard. Will the members of the Midnight Funk Association please rise?
So I was just laying there, listening to the electrifying mojo, with the volume down low, trying to fall asleep. Instead, however, I was thinking of all the possibilities of our new name and image. So fucking excited. So geeked up about everything. Right when we came up with Insane Clown Posse, it just fit like a fucking condom on a dick. It just fit fucking tight and perfectly. And then imagine that dick sliding up in Beyonce's netting. That's how fucking good I felt. I knew we had found our name. I knew we had reached our calling. I couldn't fall asleep. I was too excited. Suddenly I felt a creepy sensation come over me though. It even made me jump up and look out the window at first. Come to think of it, this might have actually been the first panic attack I ever had in my life. But it wasn't a panic attack of fear. It was just a panic attack of excitement. I'm trying to explain it. I'm not going by the book here, yo. I'm going off the top of my dome. That night, I remember it so clearly. Excitement was just raging through me. And as I was laying there listening to Mojo, just the ideas and the possibilities were rolling, steamrolling through my mind. I could feel it in my legs, the anxiety and the excitement and the happiness. Insane Clown Posse will paint our faces. Everybody loved that clown on the cover of Dog Beats. And I'm not gonna lie, Esham had an EP out called Homie Don't Play. And on the cover, he was in clown paint hanging out of an old Impala. And when I first saw that tape, I thought, does this guy really wear clown paint like that when he raps? I asked the guy at the counter and he was like, no, that's just for the cover of Homie Don't Play. But that idea, rapping in clown paint, stuck with me then. And then, months and months, maybe years later in Alex's basement, when we came up with the name Insane Clown Posse, and the idea of painting our faces as clowns, it was like busting a fucking hour-long nut all over fucking Shakira's hips as she's belly dancing. It's hard to explain, but I felt as if there was something else there with me. It was like as if there might have been a cop car outside coming to pick me up and take me to jail. Or a posse of my enemies might have been out there circling my house. I felt a little fear. I felt like trouble was riding up on me, but it wasn't. I didn't have any reason to feel like I couldn't relax, but I couldn't relax at all. This very much might have been my very first panic attack. I was probably 19 or 18 when this happened. I listened as Karen breathed in and out. I stared intently through the open bedroom door out into the dark hallway that led into my living room. I almost expected to see something because that strange feeling seemed to be coming from there. Suddenly a dark shadow walked into view, very much like when me and Rob saw the figure of God walking up the steps when Mark Walensky was spending the night. But this was different. I was so scared, I couldn't hardly breathe or move, and I knew what it was right away. It was the clown from my dreams. Even though I couldn't make out any of its features, its outline, down to its jester hat, was exactly the same. I'm getting chills in the back of my neck. My fucking teeth are chilling. Its form was as if it was made of some kind of jet black substance, like oil, in the dark. I wanted to scream and jump up out of my apartment window. If I only could have moved, I probably would have done just that. This was a panic attack, but I was watching this clown. I could still remember exactly how I felt back then, as if it were happening to me right now as I'm talking this. I'm telling you, I am not sure what happened next, but I think I must have passed out. Just like when you have a panic attack, afterward, you just kind of get extremely tired. It's like your fucking melatonin kicks in or something. And that's what happened after I saw this figure of the clown standing in the hallway. I just remember I was out right after that. The moment is still lost to me. The next thing I realized in my mind, I was at a carnival of some kind, but not really. But I couldn't hear or feel anything. This carnival was massive, and everything was way larger than life. There were the roller coaster tracks that went so high they disappeared into the clouds. There was a house of mirrors that must have been 20 stories fucking tall. This carnival was completely surrounding me on all sides, and it was twisted and strange as fuck. This dream was a fucking trip. It was like I fucking smoked PCP or something. But I ain't smoked shit back then. And I've never smoked PCP, so I don't really know what that's like. But I imagine this was like it, because I was fucking straight having a crazy ass dream inspired by the clown conversation and the clown thoughts we've had and the insane clown posse christening and the clown that had been in my dreams. Now I'm having this dream that I'm at this crazy ass carnival, and standing not 10 feet away from me was the clown who I had seen many times in my dreams. But this time he looked too real, as if he sat staring back at me. This was tripping me out. This is tripping me out right now. He had white and black clown makeup on in a strange pattern, and he wore a blue and pink jester's hat and a clown suit with big clown shoes and white gloves. He was the shit, no doubt, but he was a typical wicked clown. He held in his left hand a deck of giant playing cards. Each one was a Joker's card, like you might see in a normal deck of cards. You know, the Joker's card. He had a deck of them in his hand, and he began dropping them one at a time to the ground while staring right at me. It was the craziest fucking dream I ever had. It was like I was half awake, but I wasn't. I was out. But like the whole thoughts of the insane clown posse thing and the possibilities were still with me. I was still having them, yet I was dreaming. It must have been a panic attack that passed me out, and I was half asleep seeing this and thinking about it. I couldn't control anything, but it was happening right before my eyes like it was happening in real life. And as he did this, as he dropped these cards one at a time, I felt a dread that began to overcome me. As each card dropped, the feeling became worse for me. The horror intensified once I noticed he was almost out of cards to drop. What happens when he's all out of cards, I thought? He was talking to me, but I couldn't hear one word he was saying. Just like before, only this time it was way more vivid. He was talking to me. He was moving his fucking mouth, but I couldn't hear shit. I could tell he was saying something very fucking crazy. I could feel it in his words. I could feel it more than I could hear him. Suddenly, just before he dropped the last card, I found myself shooting upwards, high above everything. I was flying straight up, looking down at this massive carnival. As I flew up higher and higher, I was just suddenly rising, up and up and up. So high I could see the carnival was headed to a town. I was suddenly fucking, on top of the Renaissance Center high, looking down, and I could see the carnival was moving toward like a city. Then suddenly, all I could see faded. It got blurry, and then everything went black. Everything was pitch black. Even though I could see the blackness, I didn't exactly wake up just then. I was still out, and I couldn't see nothing. I could, however, suddenly hear shit now. Because I was blind, I was suddenly hearing. It started off low, and then it got louder and louder. I remember laying there trying to make out what the fuck I was listening to. I couldn't see nothing. I flew into the sky. I could see the carnival was moving toward a town, and then everything went black. And now I'm listening, and I'm trying to make it out. It got louder and louder, and then it was loud as fuck. All I could hear was screams and the sounds of chaos, like the sounds of hell. Somewhere on the internet, my brother showed me. They supposedly dug a hole somewhere deep in some foreign country, digging for oil. They dug deep and deep and deep, and they fucking found some fucking opening. And supposedly, they stuck a microphone down there, like thousands and thousands of feet below the earth. And they supposedly recorded the sounds of hell. When we listened to it on the internet, all I heard was fucking chaos, and I couldn't make out anything. But this night, During this dream, I could make it all out. It was chaos. People were dying. People were screaming. People were being fucking tortured. It was pure fucking horror. Pure fucking utter fucking horror. I could hear it. I couldn't see it, but I could hear suffering, intense fucking pain and suffering, all accompanied by a bizarre fucking laughter. It got mega fucking loud, crazy fucking loud, but I saw nothing. I could hear it though, and I can hear it right now. I'm reliving it right now. I can hear fucking hell. I can hear suffering and torture and people being punished, mad people, all kinds of people, and some kind of crazy laughing going on. Suddenly I woke up and I was crazy tripping out. My heart was beating like it's beating right now because my arm or something must have hit the radio switch between stations and the volume was way the fuck up. All I heard was hell on volume 10. It was so dark in my room that I couldn't find a switch to cut the shit off. So I just yanked the fucking plug out. The fucking thing had batteries in it though, and it kept going. Finally, I fucking found the switch and cut it off. Karen was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I was like, "Shut up, just go back to bed." I was panicking. That radio was so fucking loud. Was that what I was hearing? Something on the radio? I don't know. And I was straight up tripping out, y'all. Holy fuck. That was a dream. That was a fucking dream and a half. I had to take a shower after that bad boy. I had to get my mind back to normal. I was too scared to go back to bed for a minute. I just wanted to change my atmosphere. I wanted to change my surroundings. I fucking spent the rest of the night sewing my wig back onto my head, trying to figure out what the fuck that crazy dream was about. I couldn't get it out of my mind. My fucking wig was flipped forever. It changed my life forever. It had to be my first panic attack looking back at it now, mixed with the crazy fucking dream of this clown haunting me that came so vivid and so real, all mixed with the possibilities of the insane clown posse and the cards falling out of his hand. It was all so fucking real, like it really fucking happened to me. It was just as real as when God walked up our steps. Just as real as the golf ball floating in the basement in the house that we found in Picker Forest. So much from the other side. So much fucking supernatural shit had happened to me at this point in my life. And this dream, I throw it right in there with it all. I've never had nothing since then like this. It was just so fucking crazy. What the fuck brought that on? What the fuck? But it changed my life forever. Sitting there, I was thinking about the wild-ass place that the clown took me to and putting it together. Like, what was he probably saying to me? What was this stupid dream? I don't know, homie. I'll tell you this, though. It could have only been crystal clear that it was so powerful that alone it would eventually somehow lead to the actual creation of all of this. All of this that is now the juggalo world of the wicked clowns. This dream was so vivid and powerful that it fucking led me. It controlled me. It gave me ideas. I just fed off this dream and went from there and started building the bricks that would lay the foundation that would become the 6 Joker cards. It was like it instructed me. I just took elements from that dream and put it into our music, put it into our characters. Violent J and Shaggy. You know, I told John and Joey and Alex about it so fucking intensely, you know, so many times. And I felt positive about this dream, just like I did when God walked up our steps. Even though it terrified me at the time, I felt like it was something I was meant to fucking go through and I was meant to learn from. I felt like this dream was instructions for me. This wasn't a normal dream. You know, maybe scientifically it was. I don't know. Maybe scientifically it was a panic attack mixed with my super positive emotions about the possibilities of Insane Clown Posse. You know, I'm trying to scientifically come up with a theory of what happened that night, but nothing will ever change my mind that it was something supernatural. You know, you may have your own explanation A doctor or a psychologist or a therapist might have their explanation, but I'm telling you, my experience, this was something supernatural. This was something magic. This was meant to teach me something. I don't know why me. I don't know why the clown even appeared in my dreams. I don't know why everything turned out the way it did so beautifully with the Juggalo world and everybody finding each other and us never having to be alone again. But I'm telling you, it all started with this dream or panic attack. You know, but fuck you, scientists. Lick my fucking balls from the back, all right? Because fuck you. I don't care scientifically what it was, because what it was to me was magic. It had to be magic. Look what it led to. Look at all of us together. Look at the good times we've all had. Take each Juggalo and think about their own separate good times and enjoyment. All of that happiness, all of that positivity, all of the friendships and marriages and children that came from them. All of the positivity that the Juggalo world, and we didn't create the Juggalo world, it happened to us. Just like this fucking dream happened to me, and I'm telling you, all of it, all spawned from the meeting that night and the fucking dream I had that night. It all spawns from that night in the apartment next to Karen Chida, laying there. Cause if that experience never happened, we would have been on a whole nother page. I don't know where you would be or where I would be, but everything is happening as a chain reaction because of that dream. Because of my vision and what happened over the next couple of days, I began to realize that either I was chosen for a grand purpose in this world or I had gone completely fucking insane. Even now, I'm not sure which one it is. Most people during the course of their lives never see monsters chasing them down a fucking street or an image of God in their own home or visions from a dark carnival. But I had seen them all, straight up. By the time I was 19, I had saw these things. I swear to you, on my children, this is what happened to me, to the best of my knowledge, all right? Maybe I'm fucking insane. I'll admit it. I'm on mad antidepressants, you know what I'm saying? I'm fucking bipolar, you know what I'm saying? My grandmother was insane, you know, and spent her life in an insane asylum from her 30s on, and that shit is genetic. And maybe I'm crazy. So maybe the monster that chased me that night was in my head. Maybe everything me and my brothers saw at Picker Forest was in our heads. Maybe this whole fucking dream was just a typical night for somebody insane, you know? But I believe it was all meant to be. I believe for some reason we were chosen to deliver this message. All I know is I would never be the same again after that dream. The strangest thing that happened to me after that vision was that suddenly ideas and images would just pop into my head with ease. I'd pluck them right from that fucking dream. And the ideas would come to me from that dream. Same feeling. Like they just came. I didn't sit and think, like, let's think of something, you know. It would just appear like a gift, you know? And I'm telling you something right now. I'm a super Michael Jackson fan, and I'm embarrassed to tell you how many books I've read about Michael Jackson, all right? But Michael Jackson always said that the best ideas, the best music, the best melodies that he ever came up with just popped in his head out of nowhere. Nothing inspired him. You know, he didn't sit down with a pen and paper and say, I'm going to think of something dope right now. It was just given to him. That's the exact same way the Joker cards and the ideas for songs and lyrics come to me. They just appear. When they appear, I have no control of. I don't know what the next Joker card is going to be until it pops into my head. And I'm confident it will, you know, because it has since this night. It just pops into my head. It's a gift. It's a gift from a higher power, all right? It became all too clear to me what my purpose in life was. For me, the Dark Carnival in my vision is something real and something that is coming. Maybe it won't exactly look like it did in my vision, but something out there is coming, and it's going to consume all of those souls who are not pure. It's the basic concept of good and bad. That carnival let me hear the sounds of hell. You know what I mean? I have always been interested in Nostradamus and other great foreseers of the future. I learned as much as I could about them. I never read books, but I always watched the shows about them and shit. And during this search for answers, I found one chilling conclusion that they all seem to share. They all seem to believe that the world is gonna end. Either way you put it, the world is gonna end for all of us. Time will consume us all. We're all given a time limit. As I'm reading this book, the Missing Link albums, Lost and Found, are out. That's the latest Joker's card at the time I'm recording this. And there's a song on the album Found called Time. And in that song, I'm talking about how we're all given a time limit. Everybody's given a time limit on this earth. And you got to make the best of your time because it's always ticking. And Isham once said something to me, you know, very wise. He's a genius. He's insane, but he's a genius. And he once said to me, what's the worst thing you can do to a person? Take away their time. Put them in jail so that some of their precious time is wasted sitting in a cell. You know, that's the worst punishment you can do to somebody. Like a 30-year sentence, you took away 30 years and made it meaningless. Now, if that person goes to prison and is able to turn things around and make that time positive, like somehow he's doing something positive and he's actually not suffering, he's actually like living his life to the fullest, even behind bars, he's a very smart motherfucker, you know, because you got to always make best of your time because we're all on the clock. And even when you're sleeping, fucking, driving, waiting at a red light, fist fighting, watching wrestling, whatever you're doing, the time is always ticking. Time will consume us all. I very much believe in God, and I feel that the vision I had was His will. It is because of this belief that I feel that through our music, we can reach out to people who are in need of help, people whose souls are being corrupted beyond return from the evils of this world. You know, we all start out pure and clean, but the world is so dirty. We start out like a white cloth, you know, and then the world blows smoke through it, and it starts to get dingy and dirty. You know, that's how our souls work. I believe that with our music, though, even though it's apparently violent and extremely outwardly ruthless in its appearance, it has the power to attract and draw people who are lost from God. They can hear its deeper, truer purpose. The violence, the wicked shit, the fucking humor, all of that shit draws you in and makes it entertaining. And a lot of our music is just about entertainment. Most of it is. And I very much enjoy it. I find it entertaining, and if you're listening to this, you probably do too. But in there, layered in the music, is what we really want you to hear. We want you to hear the basic message of heaven and hell. We're not holy rollers by any sense of the word. We don't go to church, and we don't have a particular religion, and I don't believe the Dark Carnival is a religion. People say that, and if it is a religion for you, that's fine, but I don't look at it like that. I just believe in a higher power. I don't know if he's God or if he's Allah or Buddha or Ra. I don't know what his name is or what religion is correct. I only believe there's a Shangri-La. I don't even know if I believe in hell because I don't think